kwan no ese wani ense wo ka kire kwan pa ni enti would try show the video no na afi yahwe na yedi ho enkomo ba ansana no ma memfa Deputy Finance Minister the Honorable Thomas Ampemnyako ewo GRA enkomo ayedi sisi ano eho ono nso san MP for Esujaman constituency. Honorable Akwaba Ekosiisen so ni
yeah ni obi na ho teden
nyame adom me ho ye papa me share videos no from the scene amokwache tracks na ugina mu ebia udi mu tintimai pa we no eye pervasive wo man yi mu ana
fan enya nte se wo ye pa na lansei obehu a deploy system via AI system via brand of publican boa icon so no you must to determine duty as I said OBS that ye fear say ewo tema na some I say if it's not a tema whole higher tight currency only see other frontiers so no any nearby any number enti and run a job and say intel custom for the ADMs will deploy for Ekosiisen so far about 12 tracks are on Sakai na 6 more tracks there in Yangu baby away na some no kakra if you say tracks actually no I say it more than 44,000
gallons no of oil no?
Gallons of oil and a tomato paste and a spaghetti we share customs system more icons so now we determine say duty as I said would ya 2.6 million cities now so what three one now year assessment so no one say now I said duty near 85.3 million cities 85 from 2 million to 85 million obi enti na nearby also was a transit goods Ekosiisen na so fi Togo na wo ko Nigeria wo be fan cry for Fakuma say ada anka so fa parliament efa na short distance no we do no enti just near cost no eni enya na ade ba ko nso a ye hu sisi a na say tracks ni nyina trackers bo ho
okay
the trackers ni nyina we disable enti tanka wo the transit goods cover before fra now the tracker above na obi to computer chi customs head office or no check the tracker no track no enam nyina no say trackers bubo track no ho nyina enye adwuma o disable no and I what they amane afa nkran what the be ram abeton na adeba konso a ye do ho wo ma me say ase ne say per custom system mono now we book 2 customs officials are SSA physically what not track no monitor the for so say we be cross of Ghana border and so sa nipa be no yi enka niema no ho enti nipa bebre ewo nsemmisa bi a SSA wo bua no
yes
ni di kan eba ne sen na ade a duty value no ye 85 million cities now more determined say 2.6 million
2.6 million
and no yeah asema SSA obi a year no
na the determination honorable the determination of duty value no and no customs for na year right
customs for na
enti nipa o yes valuation mo hu no
and no ne nhwehwema report am say one family within a week
and because the gap near too
much watch ade ya na kimi I recalculate assess the duty value. I mean, who say it should be 85 million and not 2.6 million.
Because the gap
the initial assessment.
Yes.
Custom for now, say on record, one so one monitor a day de ko na so won ayira no asasi ehu nti mama commissioner general na watch say won unravel sande mai na won ma yehu ye bemma central so monso maswate
yes
ye be sustain effort say if you say revenues are irregular baby emma abanfuturo through customs of aswe ho and say edoso ya broso enti awie ya tema effort share ya ekoso ana enonen
wow because I am a bit shocked at the say nipa bitimi kabom na duty wasanka abanya 85 million odi anka ma 60 million in pomra nefa 20 million na I mean the gap is just too much 2 million
I mean serious plunder
it's crazy
oh near se honey see nyesika in school fees nyesika enye na try say near also any
yeah, I think what to sana and I think what we all want to see is you would follow this issue to the latter or more involved you know
and was say yes me yes and central for ni mechi ne yanko e bi say me mpe wo be hu an was good so na for di baby and na baby enti ye wia aban mra kwai so we be confiscate na ya pon na aban enya ni sika elo ne atase ye ISS ye be options an ye me ya onipa onye we no or not they are unqualified obetimi are participating in the auction and the obi so obi saya they are apostle
Mate honorable da se papa money ejuma ye bese di nkomobio that's the deputy finance minister Thomas Nyakwampem ena motene nka Ekosiise so ni ma memfa mo nko sehwiyo so preko na before that no your reporter wo ho ne demonstrators ni bi cocoa farmers ni bi edi enkomo yentie except of more voices ni bi ye ba will take you live there ne yakofa report from the demonstration. Stay with us yentie we.
Are you ready? You are listening to the CNG radio program of the year, Ekosiise on Asempa 94.7 FM.
Mi okuani a mi toko konso eka ho mi hu se aban wasisi yen wabuya kwasia ne praku ni pre no so evise wa ma pani ma ha ma wo ba wo ka kire se wo ba makuafo ba wo ba makuafo di ye afere wa ba makuafo wi aho ada o ma pani ati kokoso mani di mi sui mi na ko dancing training ya bi school mi nya sika ma ne go school ma ton koko buso baby anuni mi nya sika makuafo di yesi ye konko abrama minya sika ntia wonka ade chi ase yetimi suni manya pressure me ko bia kokko check ya me pressure ko so ada ye fi kokko ayate so minya sika etia wonka ekuafo da ameka eti kokko ti so wate so de de wa ha ye de ase no fo de ye de ye preach na yentimi fi ya school fees hwaduane o ka so de school for akwafi ni ontimi fe ma ankwara ne ko akwamo de wo yentu enye sika ma ne nkwara no ma sa abefie nti o how de odi bi abefie de fe ene ko enye sika mfa paafo abo a omo gina na omo so nteso nti se be da ono so ntete ni president fo no esika no so wonte
Riba to ya nim say aban na oti edwa so sabre efia atwam no no woye sisifo osisi Ghana kuafo onpa ye yedie ansem obeka no ato yasum ama kuafo ye wo asen of yagitum ama yato ababum ade ma ndisi den na asie asese aban ne bati koko obo so ade aba sidin pem ade onunum yate ase a enye esanse sa abo na ode aba nti yentimi hwa ye ma yentimi hwa ye yerenom na kansa se bo oti sampo beba sika na onanso se wode bre ye no besi na emai ya kare koko November ebe si sabre ya nsanka sika abana na nso anso sika ma enti ye hu se abana otese no se koko no na nyi hu a oma ye hu oma ya ti ase se koko no anya bi kura no abana otese no nka so oma ye 7000 sansem ye ya kuafo a wase no for de ama no nti ya gibu ma gitrada abeto abade ma NDC ada na asie ya sra no koko ni bo no ode aba no anya ya bodoye anu nti ama sese ye ma wo school nyina ye pamon If it's a yes, come on, Fantobianini, and see a son, a buono, on Fabi Mecahon. So I'm Fabi Cajon, so the idea of the toast. I don't know any friso, no father, Nado, the Anama, who says Siena and another one, and
Panichel, on share, Chicago board, Randia Benun won't to me near Jumanoa, 1 pound of free. It's a pricey and 50 precup and a bar 4,100 or 200. No, there were 9,000, there were 8,000, there were 7,000. Is this hard time when you know what to all your day?
We go and I'm the shaman. They say what to go on this one. They say back go invest in me 50 million. 50 million. I can just say I'm in July. Madam, I'm in Nimsa, Mikoko Sikan, or some of the shaman. I want to go on you see. They say I don't know what Sikan. Come and fashion me, mate. Only come a pie and chow sack. Coco not this one, no power over Coco affecting it. And look at it here, you're better bra. There is that fine. Say, Rudome, what could be payana? What the Capu Senachi, I could play a drana. What the Sosawa Atiko Kuana? One permanent that. Wahata Kuana.
Asempa FM.
Cocoa board, officer and legal director. Good one out of Frammy. Then come my own trip.
I need your money of what? And for no, Nana, I want to put my head to 1 million. Yeah. What's in another? You're not starting to work as I would get 5 million out of my head. I don't think I'm as a man. I'm not asking another. I buy a prop, or I'll buy a prop. What's me? Another, I buy. Yeah, come on, not just yourself. Yes, you cannot watch it. One fan, I want to see you need to sue. You're going to sue, man. And you're just a man, so man. I know I'm not paying an afford. I have your fortune. That's what I have your mother. Or 1 pound of it to your children. Or 1 pound later. One number for
Asempa FM.
Enti cocoa farmers war Western North. Seshi also and its adjoining towns no any demonstration way. Yen reporter na or demonstration na se abeka yensa ewo phone lines no eso yebekọ ne ene no edin komo Augustine Boa ewo Seshi also Augustine Boa kwa ba net saying nice. Enti demonstration on my way.
Obi minu kaze de demonstration aba na bi.
Okay. Enti farmers na nante from hin to hin omo ko deliver petition bi ma regional coordinating council na say et saying.
Obi anopa no na adwuma de no ehya ase. In fact, o che chairman penfo no yes omo be che adwuma de na so omo delay omo flyer na invitation omo de man na no na omo se omo che adwuma de na so 8:00 AM ya no pa ya. And I'm saying almost phone be a free be a west. Some bit to be east at double crew so am I that there's an important job also a contomra I will mean the being has to be fire. I'm a money I became a the she also 10 or 20. I'm a Jumadinant young start here or bread now or more. I said around there 9:40. And I made no attack or the yacht or 10 or so. And until 10 or so, I could be more to Junate and I'm going to be empomam honum and now cocoa board regional office no ewa say omodi omo petition ekoma cocoa board and paint for ewo you also opanyini ya feno ya wadu a won to free to amai and I say we dey anima or dey petition e dey amount for won so agi ewo cocoa board ato e ho.
Okay, na omu demand specifically then mo amutie ye no over YouTube live na obe hu farmers na demonstration which say at a point na jama share na enibre aba omu demand specifically omu say den na aban ye
o tie enkomo a akuafo ye ka omu demand no obi nema minu na edin kan no e kire mu say e free October November eba mesi ene won koko ahodo a odokoma won krache wasa ka krache for no ehwe na omo musika no ebisi na okasa yi enya ade se won satimi aka tekabia eti wo hwe abananim se ene se wote won kan won se na unti omusu na won fasika emma friends krache for no ne be won so obetumi atua won ka ede ama omo le to so mienu enso koko no boa aban no ateso 3625 ani wateso ede about 2587 no ochirimu se ya de se ebe ha on pa kete pa itan se aban no announce koko price no in fact omo ne won pieces no edin komo bebrim na me bi to krampo no eko pieces no bi won no botia eno no ya de wotrim se brano woni won pieces no edi hu enkomo wotrim se aka na aba no na se koko bo na ya nyam to 1000 plus Ghana cedis no ya de a emfa se de atumdie emfa emra omo ebe ma omo ati oyimpa eti ebe ya aban no enhwe na say on tingi won kura at least oma okubo no emo ano 3000 Ghana cedis efa mom no mu say o carry one bag bi ana owo 3000 Ghana cedis down nemum so so edeba 2587 Ghana cedis na because some say ade say ebe has nti obi ensem de bibri na so hwe omo nsem kan no dodo na say nema mini wi ena na ya de ehia akuafo no ewo center em ene dwuma de wodi enim.
Oh, okay. Na uhwe akuafo e ba ye na omodoso.
Obi enye te wi oso fonko se na mi kenken empanfo edi omonim no epeka de ma omoma edi mu free adabo krum from your to adabo krum ye kwan mu twa
yeah
retira tampon no constituency that west so e by from you also to Awumi to Mutimpa but I think first across the 9 district and at the constituency that you walk western of media okay for no be free in Tamian na everybody near omo mama do plan na enye exchange yes spent about you and now omo etimi by in fact you also going to report say mental bus no there's a room na omo buy dabo so omo yemiensa awonwi so yemiensa akontomra omo yemiensa say ya de a omo abu omo trimu po say omo ba be ye oye no e de akere aban no.
Very well. Augustine ma yenna se bibia ni a ye besia ba be din komo bi okoso na monitor mayen yenim se NPP mpanyifo ni bi ye o madwen se o be support farmers no on this demonstration uhu ebi mu ho.
Oh yes. My minister attended the former member of parliament for Sekia Contemra.
Okay.
Alexander Yonoboa Tete.
Yes.
Yonoboa Tete 2010 eben na no yet constituency chairman ewo akontomra no na o koko PC obi ana oto koko e potemo no pa te ba no koko hu komo but na da na koma so pa nti ono e join na rank member that koko ne Minister of Food and Agriculture Ibra Azikupupu one ne deputy ominu nyina so e bai na feel so the NDC Ashanti Regional Communications Director Poyando also baby and paying for the region most MPP paying for so it to me about LPG Swamai more 2024 parliamentary candidate also baby good. So if you also parliamentary candidate 2024 also joining and paying for that now Omoka can hold.
Oh, okay. My ask your guest boy. E be say about bedin komo bio. Why?
Matobi.
Yeah, that's papa. Ekosiisen high Asempa FM. Bomodin na o adwentra. O share videos ni bi e we YouTube live stream na ma yente won so enka ene wadwentra e won sem no ho. We say obi, when exactly are they going to buy the remainder of our cocoa and pay for them? The PCs are still not buying them even after the reduction, because according to some of them, there's still no money. We need money badly, but no real action is being taken apart from talking and blame games from government officials. You can check from Seshi Camp 15 and Adabo Chrome areas where many of us are farming. Gastiman uwo brikum and udiwe abre Gastiman yedase papa. Yechia brikumfo nyinara. We say Obi, good afternoon. Doing politics with the cocoa sector, a top foreign exchange earner for Ghana's economy, will definitely backfire when price volatility kicks in. The NDC government must eat the humble pie and implement measures to improve the living standards of cocoa farmers. Plain and simple. Yao Seth, Austin, Texas. Obi, good afternoon. CocoaBot CEO Dr. Randy Abe was playing the aviator with the cocoa beans, waiting for the world market price to rise before selling. Executive Fred Ewo Lejokuku. Ma minkai we say Obi. The NDC government must eat humble pie and admit that it will be prudent for the NDC to acknowledge the mistake in the promise of 6,000 cedis per bag that they made to farmers during their time in opposition. The primary concern is the suffering of the ordinary cocoa farmers. Mad Lion Ahafo Shidiem Ma Yene Simon Asafo Ejei Enkasa or a secretary at the Forum for Accountability and Development of Seshi. Omo and the convening this particular demonstration. And Simon Asafweje, Ewa Homan, Simon Akwaba that is saying
Nyamiadumo Obi major social work for
Omojo so into end the demonstration ye Muna mo organize ma farmers no.
Sapa penalty Obi.
Na mo ankasa no mo ye kuafo.
That be Obi fathers ekua yake ho abom say ye session important mo ha no. Maybe a tremor na elitism and shadan quenim bebresa. Enti yesi so ayeko school and in the adults in the no, yamwa boamebono nano. Na as a system no mabisa ekoso yenka and kofadrin and fanchaba. Enti we've been in existence for close to a decade now.
And the motivation to organize this demonstration no they are the NTI free.
Obi. I think that Osei Cocoa Home Comma Ekosiisen nyina aban eteki the convenient means to explain, which is to blame the existing government, and the party in opposition also eteki the convenient means to escape blame, which is to blame the current government. Obi Cocoa Comma no enye amanyosemo. The issue is yeni NDC Cocoa Board and yeni NPP Cocoa Board. At the end of the day, if you are a Ghanaian, not say bags of cocoa beans, would you say because you have the party card of a certain political party, the enterprise and so on now, if the political actors now what of omo minima omajiatum say omo enyama nyose nenso mbedo cocoa no obi me did say only we tie for nim be ya adwen say o my way ekriafo yenim say bibi wo ho a eye social contract between ye ne aban
yes
say abrenu bia no aban be my a guaranteed minimum price it's year in year out in bebre ya na ye sika ye je e wa aban ho in terms of price of cocoa per bag and a price per ton no eta wo from bebre echen Ivory Coast as of last year na Burkina Faso to cocoa 8,000 Ghana cedis. Yeah, you were enclave. We had it. There were ways and means that smuggled. But Obi, we are restricted by law, and again, we are law-abiding citizens. It's Obi, if say with this price cut, Obi, and the about say in the worst possible scenario, on me more equiafo who by kitwe bimpo and makoko and so. Now I'm creating narrative. Me say this price omudia bay yensom na omokoye restructuring bi parliament the documents be parliament. Obi, mami misao. Do you finish with a policy and sign a policy in the implementation? The normal bit to say price increment and a price reduction aba. And answer you first of all announce a price reduction, then subsequently tell the farmer that I am moving to parliament to do ABCD. Obi, in conversation, farmers are complaining. Obia said these are questions, and people were questioning cocoa, but their huge salaries or more editing. I think a day or two ago, almost a multitude of musica. So, Obi, look at the percentage of almost say one more there. So, nafato to percentage of more or creating ideas. Yaya Kanyana said, our parents, Obi out is saying, Obi and Unim Sashia, has the traditional home of the Sashis, another tribe to say. The Awowin and then the Swaman people. Yes. But Ubedru Sahia, it looks cosmopolitan. Yeah, two quiet free crop, Abasashi, yeah, do cocoa, yeah, free slim, yeah, do cocoa. Some of us were born here. And see, and Komano, it is not a question of politics. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I say. Obi Obe tries or politicizing the piano. Oba may see the meaning of the demonstration and the essence we want to make of it. Obi, the answer are buying and they say. Said in 2020, during COVID, or protecting the workers, some stayed home in excess of 12 months. In this year, this government is paying school fees for Ghanaians who have been admitted into tertiary institutions.
Yes.
And see, the government have ways and means of protecting some sectors of the economy, depending on what happens. Obi, this is the turn of the farmer who has been sacrificing since Adam. And within 3-4 months of price reduction on the global market, government of Ghana want to tell 1 million Ghanaian cocoa farmers, say, the person say, price differential or refer to us so that we bear the consequences. Obi, then what do we enjoy from the state as citizens who have been sacrificing over decades? And yes, Rabbi say, what we are doing is not a joke. It's not one of their usual petty political issues. Abai NTA. Now, only Yahuye, now on some ready. Obi, we are very much aware of the possible outcomes. But the above war mining in Anissa by Betty, you know, because
in the specific demands, no, Simon, specific demands, they say, I buy NTA day on sign and restore sick on your day, I buy in your day specifically.
Obi, the Yasra buy say on your CCN say, Bona one announces or Tesson, Obi on die. Already. This is an industry that is competing with Galamsey. And we all know the consequences of Galamsey. In Jobi, today, in Western North region, it is out of the share. We want to contribute to Ghana's, contribution of cocoa. We have options like selling our farms to Galamseyers. These are things we don't want to do because, fathers, we are equally environmentally friendly organization. And see, Minewoka says, Galamsey, you hear from us. We've been writing day in, day out about Galamsey. But Obi, it is bordering on the livelihood of 1 million Ghanaians. Obi, these 1 million Ghanaians we are talking about, they are not living in Accra. They are not living in Kumasi or Takrady or Tamale. They are in rural areas. Obi, Uko Kasapin, Accra, Obi, Onunkwa, Kwakosini, Fiesi, Koko, from Adiesa, Ampine, Esun, or they survive or quiet muho. What are they doing in the bush? Sacrifice for Mother Ghana. It's Obi. If you are taking a measure that will affect the livelihood and the financial stability of these people, now you are going to impoverish a whole lot of people. Obi, mind you, a drum kra koko kreni koho no, teacher ni koho, lawyer koho, journalist Obi muko hobi. Obi, now you are decreasing the purchasing power of the farmer alone. And the justification are ever up, no. Funny among them, they say the dollar is now stable. Obi, I can tell you on authority, farmers, the chunk of us, we don't care about what happens to the dollar. all we care about is the food we will eat on daily basis so that we go to our farms. So we are pleading with the government, say, over the years, Cote d'Ivoire, Monet, the other countries, this is the time I was for sacrificing my end. And be funny enough, look at what is happening in our neighboring Cote d'Ivoire. They are giving, they are supporting their farmers. Wow. But come to Ghana alone, for once, government wants to throw away the social contract we've had over decades under the carpet because what? Ochusi convenience. We are begging the government.
Enti, we no be the first in a series of demonstrations and answer a one-off demonstration. No.
Obi, we are not done. The issue is this. We are the first out of several arrangements. They are the subsequent ones. We may not be going onto the streets, among other things. But Obi, it is possible that without any reversal, I mean, I was telling you of the other options available to us. Obi, if the worst happens, what will happen? If we abandon our farms, what will happen? Nothing will happen. But Obi, this is a job that we love so much. Obi, the flowers and we've been doing this over the years. There are people since Adam, so the motivation, the intrinsic motivation is there. But government, the measures now, it is going to take away the motivation. And Obi, if the motivation is no more there are several social vices. It pays better than the pricing of cocoa farming. And see, the next one, you will see fathers following galamsey to cocoa farms that have been sold. And believe you us, we are ever ready to do that.
But the other thing will be, sir, for more as fathers, I said the Awokano, Musu Nyina Muhu, Mawofo, say, or Moko Cocoa, Fu, Mamu de Moaku school, Mowie school, Mu pushy for sexual development. But Mote, Nioma, Ekosona Ase, more than maybe the ordinary cocoa farmer, Ebia, or no Enco school, and name said the Mumaduno. Munim the impact of the world market, any prices no on cocoa price and ewo Ghana. Adena munchre sanyo many menchre farmers no montiase.
Obi, on say our conscience is at stake. Obi, if you attempt explaining these things to the farmers, they question you. When the edika wa bakose mua a German surprises ever for mana. And the sincere answer is no.
Yeah, no.
Obi, over the years, aban bi kwati mi bana afiaso. You betu kokom, yenkotuma, no the idea 5 Ghana cedis per aka the existing price. Who interrogated the reasons? I will say, a German so born and said anye. There are some Obi, I can't say my week or two near Chasso. But with this, Obi, this is the time if the crisis in the cocoa sector is real. Now the CEO failed to do some forward sales, and then some other parties are also saying that we were keeping it open for this or that. Obi, the right thing must be done. 1 million Ghanaian cocoa farmers. I saw industry more free in trade. Sakoba sa to rent a simple ewa mononi dramaso. Na say a buona beba forma. Obi, we have stayed faithfully and loyal to the minimum guarantee pricing. And see, it is time say buying so whether painfully or out of goodwill. And so best stick it to that guaranteed minimum pricing. Obi, last year, as of February, by now, Sana a drama so born, now was so. About way back fresh, now was so. Obi, and then they see Omukwan say they should announce a new price in February in 2025 when the prices were high. Then in 2026, the prices are low, and you are quick to announce in the same month of February. So the Abai, it is a clear indication, say, if the social contract favors government, he will stick to it. But then if he should sacrifice and then support the farmer, then he is quick to deviate from it. Then Obi policy, to be honest with you, but Obi, are we going to resort to the system, say, Yatumu Ghana, Yetisu Ghana, Ghana, Obi, if that be the scenario, then what will be the essence of all these numerous cocoa structures? Then leave us to sell our beans straight to the white man. Then we know, say, yetuma yatum, yetiso. Na cocoa board ne omo bureaucracies ni no. Omo the beans na. Obi, if you look at their budgets and their documents, they prepare some of them, and you look at the figures and you look at the kind of supplies our farmers it is regrettable. But if you want to say the cocoa board, how move fast was sustaining or mohone sanomano. That would be sacrificing Obi. And see a baby I buy into me kase o jayimo. Is that time say the government will support farmers because these are people who have been sacrificing over the years.
Okay. Simon my say bibiania ye besan so ba bedin komobio. Why?
Obi misome da say.
Yeah, that's pa Simon Asafo Ejei or your secretary dema Forum for Accountability and Development of Seshi. Omo ene organize ene demonstration he was Seshi. Yours. So it's a demonstration of cocoa farmers. Our more demonstrating against the drop in price for cocoa farmers. Now, you were reputable hospitality company be wa Ghana ha. Now, the omaye ene se omo pe qualified candidate for immediate employment. Qualified candidate for immediate employment in the following positions into omope accountant no it was our minimum 3 years relevant experience and omope marketing executives also the minimum 3 years relevant experience omope front office personnel and also minimum of 3 years relevant experience omope cooks at least also 3 years experience in a similar role, and omope drivers and so it was our valid license C and be able to read and write. Na the chapter omope housekeepers and waiters and waitresses, a hospitality company, inti we know a juma abba or your accountant ubit may apply the answer what 3 years minimum relevant experience or yeah marketing executive which may apply also 3 years experience front office personnel which may apply and also minimum 3 years experience omope mo be no aduane cooks drivers housekeepers and waiters and waitresses so when it ho a free numbers mienu mu ba ko sisia 0244 992 983 0244 992 983 and a 0243 405 125 0243 405 125 from na wombo in seminimo na hwese de nioma ebesi akọ yentie we emra ye ba Dr. Peter Boama Otukono Atenase yene no ebehya ase edi enkomo after this very short break ye ba sisi a montwen
Sasso, momento tão preco. Sasso, esse momento tão preco. Edana tua minha museche, ya hafesiane mambewe. Minha mekane me sasso spray. Every mosquito standing run away. Tum preco, sasso, mi se come tum preco. Tum preco, sasso, tum preco. Na ni sham ne die e demo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kuma eda yesiwa nyina ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusuri eda yesiwa adwumanti. Ni sika na okomande wa EcoBank mobile app so.
Operation Supply Aketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Accra Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda, ope extra control na witimi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center. Activate virtual card protocols. Letria sneakers ni t-shirt ka. Leather coats no die. Abort mission.
Trese, General Adakrano. Na ni standing orders with any bill so. Wa EcoBank mobile app so no. Ubetumi akomande musika de didwe wa Ghana ni abibrem aman eduesa mensa so. Download the EcoBank mobile app or play on our Apple Store. Neyara.
By the left, about turn.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank, Enfreo, ana enseno SMS, emisa wo pin, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card, huwa samo da.
African Queen,
Deep pepper purple. Not Didi purple. Enti sa wo to mackerel aye wedruane a. Na what African Queen mackerel. Na we chewe no keke. No pankwa.
Do you want to play or do you want to stream and earn cash? Welcome to Lucky Live, Ghana's newest online gaming and streaming platform where your luck comes alive. Over 80 plus fun games, slots, spins, aviator, football, fishing, and more. Love making videos, stream on Lucky Live and earn gifts from your friends in real time. Fast deposits, instant withdrawals, and a super easy to use interface. So, what are you waiting for? Sign up today. Grab your welcome bonus and let your luck shine on Lucky Live. Lucky Live, let your luck shine. Vetted by the Gaming Commission of Ghana. Bet responsibly. 18 plus only. Gaming can be addictive.
Omo dispose chiache omo jiamodi sene obebisa omo afa sports ho bia omo betenete nanso wan ana yemu telepa eno ne ye behwe e wo de Asempa from community sports quiz ne so Asempa from community sports quiz sene ne di ne kire no community be won kra ana abia se e wo sports on semu pa Lala Santa Maria North Kadesh Accra New Town Lima Kaswa Amasamai Ashama South Industrial Area Adako Domi Pilatu Tema Anateshi earlier bang and the ultimate price shete that's no some point be and you be won taste see be me day 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. I was some FM show the quiz master Chani Chichi no time keep up on it all crying I have some from community sports quiz the go dey see akonko I center stand I strong I tough
Kuma eda yesi wanyina ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusuri eda yesi hu adwumanti. Ni sika na ocommand wa EcoBank mobile app so.
Operation Supply Aketria. Dispatch sika 1,000 units via Accra Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda ope extra control na wetumi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center. Activate virtual card protocols. Let's sneakers ni t-shirt. Leather coats no dear. Abort mission.
Trese General Adakrano. Na ne standing orders with any bills so. Wa EcoBank mobile app so no. Ubetumi akomande musika de didwe wa Ghana ni abibrem aman eduesa mensa so. Download the EcoBank mobile app or play on our Apple Store. Neyara.
By the left, about turn.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank. EcoBank, Enfreo, ana enseno SMS, emisa wo pin, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card, huwa samo da.
Miminde bia 12:30. Shamini adorable ladies. Abra yeka abudiemu nsem on and off the pitch in a feminine way. Say food and attraction. A ladies time Asempa 94.7 FM.
Sportsman now uye coach die. Look sporty. Suits at show concert there. Better than USA for Osei. I've always admired one person in football, David Beckham.
Imano ajiman bedu. Minim se wadran. I was so to me doing butter or attacking will be opening my pass a cushion in the pants and a robe. I don't find I some Colombian as a woman pet your master to show in your penny. The dance was Kayo, some in the beer, 12:30 a ladies' time on Asempa 94.7. It will be sweeter than sweet. Mavis near, Mavis Amano, Femi Fire Lady.
African Queen,
Deep pepper purple. Not Didi purple. Enti sa wo to mackerel aye wedruane a. Na what African Queen mackerel. Na we chewe no keke. No pankwa.
Semi sorry no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twetwe me se. E ma me confidence. The money nyina.
Se wushia ama na me si fitai go so na me sre a. E yo nwa me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. E ne twetwe me se. Obo ade ni pa e wo bidie mu no. E ne dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy se ho ban e free mowa e boy se mu tokro. E se a hye e ne numunka. Sure say amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yeti center for.
Media magical Chaco toothpaste atubu. Me nsu na no pa. Ya na dwa me koda no. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso entibi na ma. Na me sin 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ani ama me nim di bidie twetwere yense no. Asaya bebie mu o. Bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no. MSC fita. E ma na hoden ne sayi nka bia. Mo wonum yi hwam. Enunti mo amonom cafe, wine, any tobacco e kamo seso no. Aba mamo Kel Chaco toothpaste. Sankofa yenchi.
Kel, happy smile.
FDA adi ejodi nka to ya tomo.
Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa FM Ekosiisen Asempa 94.7 Asunyine tie
94.7 Asempa FM Sony Ekosiisen dwumedie no asoguso awutie no ma yenamu nyina asene yensan mama kwaba emfa momra Ekosiisen dwumedie yi eso ene me de kan ka kire mo se ye won komo bebre na edi ansana ya to aso de discussion segment no abremo enti me ka say impanyifo mienu na atenase earlier Dr. Peter Boama Otukono ebe kansa watenase by science of the two manim see ebenya honorable Ekosiisen Asefua e studio ha or MP wo old Tafo constituency and he's been releasing some documents being on the Facebook page ninyina efa an alleged conflict of interest we be a eboba e wo cocoa board into wabe can say onwa ebebiebiem Uria na fe yene Dr. Peter Boama Otukono edi yen enkomo and for more munim no Dr. Otukono Director Presidential Initiatives in Agriculture and Agribusiness or Office of the President inti yene ononso ebedi enkomo but Honorable Vincent Akwaba na etesen
no obi we bruta
Bibi ayeboko
obi ya hwehweme
mimum
entwen se asembe bansa na ofre wunua
is the honorable member of parliament.
Minimum na yadwuma.
Bibi awa busy.
Kuma simia na me fama mo. Simente unka. Obi ntua meka. Onya me hwe.
The Asempa FM to say omugina won na so.
Just said oja no no a.
No.
Obi ya oja homa obi. O promise atiefo na okuma se ne say every 2-3 weeks ubeba. E no ne.
Osameba. Waba hey we would have a conversation and then
yeah, right.
Bibi abe fine.
Right.
Now also what's happening there with cocoa board?
Well, because se Kumasi 14 no mamemfa konya na menchia omo madwuma ye old Tafo constituency for na menchia ye Kumasi man otumfo se tutu mechia no machia MPP for nyina so well ahomachi ana menya nkrata free one of yankrofo sebi for purposes of proper governance and accountability, irrespective of where their colors are, whether they are CEOs or they are MPP or NDC, they try to make sure so minor tumpon, the tumpons ye. And you know, Minyantiese, a year just can, baby, no. There has been a report of an issue where a year company be a friend Atlas Commodities Limited. Yakwa report this our company no to that particular police station, that the Jessican police station, because the regulations and I say emra boku board hobra any LBCs no so hobra no Sa company undi so and I say uni so. And one of them is that before sell by LBC, you need a warehouse, a warehouse that has been approved by a Cocoa Board before you can be a licensed buyer. And this
licensed buyers, Cocoa Board mo muska mo koto cocoa le ba na.
Yes, obuna Cocoa Board e mo muska. E mo koto cocoa no ye de eba. Na sa company e LBC. Na ntia menya ne say even national security ahomachi has been able to intercept cocoa sa company we ato. Odiakusie a warehouse that has not been approved by a Cocoa Board. No na omakoche awona so mako intercept those cocoa no. Before some omakoche about 2 of them had already left. And this matter is at the Jasikan police station as we speak. It was through the Jasikan police station that this receipt from Atlas Commodities Limited actually came. So it gave me an impression, then who is behind this particular company?
Now receipts, no, way bill na dina also.
Way bill no, Kajabi, was the place of dispatch, Kajabi. Crop year, Main, that is 2025-2026.
Yes.
Vehicle number. And the weight certificate number, that's the district destination, maybe at the end of register my port. And a driver's name, David J, license number no na egusu hanum say. And they did the number of bags and so on.
What
track and so on at the account, that's about 800 bags. But before then, 800 cocoa bags. Before then, that 2 tracks had already left. Because by the time national security for Drew Hono, not 2 tracks every but this particular one was arrested. And I make say even the person that is the driver who Chikani BBI also. So it gave me an information, say then why don't I even go behind to know who owns this particular company? I want to be shame here.
Na company near why there?
Senior, when him say the owner of this company is the deputy CEO in charge of finance and administration of Cocoa Board.
Cocoa Board deputy CEO.
Randiabi deputy CEO. That is Randiabi deputy.
The
owner of Atlas Commodities Limited. Now let me give you.
And a company named LBC.
Company named LBC.
Moto Cocoa Board.
Just a Cocoa Board for the Samo Muska Momo to Cocoa Board. No. Cocoa. No. Now I have in my hands document from the Registrar General's Department. I checked the ownership. In fact, there are about 5 owners. And that's 5 directors. And we have 5 directors now. And the first person, Ato Boatin. Who is the deputy CEO in charge of finance and administration?
Any coincidence of name?
No. In fact, just do a simple Google search and I say AI search. In fact, don't see a buyer we're there to respect to my brother. Also in Papa no and so I mean there's nothing new about it. And so they cannot even deny. In fact, I mean, there's been a number of comments from people, and I've also received a number of calls from people who are also in the industry who has seen this particular illegality going on. And let me indicate to you the illegality. Senior law school, you know the call here. Article 284. Is it 284 of the Constitution? Which talks about conflict of interest. And let me try to read that before Ghanaians will understand what I mean. Article 284 says that a public officer shall not put himself in a position where his personal interest conflicts or is likely to conflict with the performance of the functions of his office. So, what the framers of the Constitution actually sought to say, they say there need not be a wrongdoing. And just also watching the panels why born no answer. No, as soon as there's a perceived wrongdoing, there's a likelihood say office no it is enough for you to conflict yourself with Article 284 of the 1992 Constitution. So nobody should even come and make an argument say Papa Nenyeshe and that's why ABB. No. And these are the reasons. The reasons are that a deputy CEO, finance and administration, and as I said, the law is that a Cocoa Board for and a Bema LBC in this kind of money.
Likely to pass through or not.
Yes. One now Bema Sika. When him say a Cocoa Board, Randiabe 4 years in abetimi aso. In fact, 4 years in beso who check.
Yes, possible.
Yes, because everything is signed by the deputy CEO.
Finance and
absolutely. And it is a one who are in charge of finance of the cocoa board. One company.
We are director
of that company.
And a company near an active LBC.
An active LBC, and in fact, if you go at the beneath of the Registrar General's report, you feel be BOP. That is beneficiary owners particulars.
Yes.
He is the sole owner of the Atlas Commodities.
The sole beneficial owner of the company.
The sole beneficial owner of the company. What that means is that, number one, apart from the fact say, one sika, anytime you are not LBC no and Atlas Commodities Limited a lot of money for them to be able to buy the cocoa, even when you don't even have a warehouse or you don't have a warehouse that has been approved by a cocoa board. That is one discussion. Another leg of the discussion that is also very serious and Miyama Shemi Obi NSA. Before the announcement of the 2,500 price, and I say the cocoa board for no. So, your deputy CEO, in the absence of the board, the CEO, when Timmy Uncle board, in fact, most times the practice has been, I said the convention has been, say the deputy CEOs joins their CEO when they are going for board meetings. They are not voting members. So what that means is that you had an advantage of an information that there was going to be a reduction of the prices.
Insider
trading because that there was going to be a reduction of the price from 3,006 to 2,005. And to cocoa na papa we atobiano or ton ye and that's all jimusika and sana the reduction. This is an assumption. I don't have any basis to it, but the Constitution says that when you put yourself at a place where there's a perceived
but will it be a cure, sir, in the because we said the frame is so contemplated, sir, there is a high probability, sir, obibetimi our a private life and san waba in public office.
Yes.
In Tibia in a private life now or yes our business no and waba in public office.
Yes.
And that's why the Constitution seems to, and as our law also seems to give a room, sir, the decision-making process, you can recuse yourself at that stage. It is a Cocoa Board taking decisions on LBC, say what's all money or more a year, Jumano. Say Ebia on him say, okay, maybe we company me interest. It remain casa panel I be deciding match me who every mo, but declares our interest and a match me who every man. Would you still fault him?
In fact, before semi confirm sir the work is now Obi what been do we share
to
the kind documents when I mention kind sir the work can and fancho so that the Ghanaian people will even understand what is actually happening. In fact, just check section 10(9) of the Cocoa Board Act. It talks about whatever you are saying here. It says that a director who has an interest in a company or an undertaking with which the board proposes to enter into a contract, or who has an interest in a contract which the board proposes to enter into shall disclose in writing to the other directors the nature of the interest.
The nature of the interest.
Okay. Now, in writing, the document I'm the Ato Watino attempting to renounce the directorship in the company, and the date is September 2025 when he has been in office. And to share company of the man, that's the name. The company now, trusteeship now with the command, Legal Capital Management Limited. I foresaw all these questions, so I went behind to even find out from the Registrar General Department what has been done to the company document. What they have done, they say he attempted September 2025, which was approved, that the company a trustee. What you are saying, but when you go down beneath it as well, you see that the BOP was also not changed. He is still the owner, the beneficial owner of Atlas Commodities. So what you should have done, and they say there should be proper trail of documents at the board, which I have been told that there's none, which the Registrar General Department document also shows say you were not ready to, as it were, renounce everything in terms of the shareholding structure of the business to actually show say indeed you did not have any interest whatsoever in the company.
Even if he did that, okay, because by 21st September 2025, and approval way by
yes.
And there was a change in directors or secretary.
Yes.
A company with shares approved.
Yes.
That Atlas file annual return 15 July.
Yes.
Blah blah blah. And you are saying, sir, from what you know.
Yes.
His application to want to change and I say take himself out of the directors.
Or the Akoma trustee.
Is there where he the Ama trustee?
Or the Ama trustee. But beneath it, no.
Beneath it, no.
The
beneficial owners. No?
Yes.
And the Nadine that's all.
He sold the 100%. He had 100%. 100%. So he has attempted to, as it were, distance himself from the company, but he is still in charge of the company. Mind you, if you go and check the documents of the company and even the history of the company, he has been a CEO of the company till date. Being a CEO doesn't mean say when you're director.
I don't know his advice. But what was the first, no? Say offer company registration forms now. Any provision for beneficial owners.
Yes.
Into new amendment by
from
the beneficial
owners. So they give particulars of same.
Absolutely. In taking yourself out as a director is not enough.
It's not enough to distance yourself absolutely from the company. To distance yourself absolutely from the company. And so that's what I'm saying. Say, it is proper for the Straj and the special prosecutor
to look into it,
to investigate this matter.
Now,
so,
we are
1 o'clock here, and I'm a petition special prosecutor, and must petition Straj.
And your way, your specific reliefs are seeking from them. They say, if there is any conflict of interest.
And as I said, you don't even need to establish
for it to happen.
Conflict of interest. Yeah. But you should not put
the potential for it to happen.
You should not put yourself in that position as a public officer. And putting yourself in that position for anybody to even perceive, according to Article 284 of the Constitution, is enough grounds to hold your hands. NDC for minim se minyo to kono wa ha. Me be na min so na wa ha ka me ko pen some okafa data bank ho. Oforiata, when Oforiata had renounced his directorship with Data Bank in 2012, 2014, he was nowhere close any business whatsoever with Data Bank. He had supported every transactional businesses for MPP NDC, okay, even before say Obabe Minister for Finance. But when Oforiata was saying that there is nothing conflict of interest with Data Bank, supporting transactional businesses with the government and all that, these guys never listened. And then the same standards, the same threshold is holding them. The same standard and the same threshold. Even with Ken Oforiata, he had renounced himself and distanced himself absolutely very different from this one. Senior, in the next 1 week or two, I'll come back here. The kind of exposure I maybe show with these people, Boni omoti abemu awemu die. Cocoa board and the another sector. Sound microphone no mu dia de na kura anim no. He is the one causing the mess for this government. I'll come back next week or next 2 weeks. I promise you. I promise you I'll come back. I promise your listeners, your viewership may say I'll come back here next week or next 2 weeks. The people who were the apostles of this kind of communication, this kind of attacks on public servants, are the people who have been appointed as ministers today doing worse the things that they said when they were in government. I'll come back here. It's a promise I'm making to you.
Inti Eba say no Cocoa board are responding after say
say Atlas commodities person will respond.
Atlas commodities
for no person will respond. When you tell me no person will respond.
No.
Around by 11 o'clock. In fact, the information I got was that they wanted to respond in the next 1 hour or two. They have not been able to respond because they have now seen the documents. Documents. They said no, the guy has not distanced himself absolutely. So I think that quietness and as a silence, magnum silencium is the best option for them. Because if you do, you have every document to appear before SHRAG, to appear before special prosecutor, for Ghanaians to know, say, indeed, what is happening under Cocoa Board. Who say, TUC chairman, friends say?
TUC Secretary General.
Your friend say?
Mumpeni di mami Trade Union Congress Secretary General.
Mumpeni di mami.
Yes.
Because me who Facebook post be, I am only suspecting that he's the one. Your friend Bernard Usuana.
No, yeah, Bernard Usu. Sure.
Let me read what he has said.
That is if he is the one.
He is the one.
Or there can be a coincidence.
Me pa chomu in the Facebook post no.
Let me check. Me boni din wa hashe.
There's a Facebook post that Bernard Owusu has made, or say, comrades, Ghanaians, Muntieni you, comrades, we will not accept salary cuts because of declining world cocoa prices. The cocoa board worker did not set international cocoa prices.
Yes.
The cocoa board worker does not control the global market. The cocoa board worker is not responsible for economic mismanagement. Emphasis my economic mismanagement. This is Bernard Owusu. This is not a convincent.
Yeah, but
this is not the director.
Your point, no, Enra Cocoa Board workers, Nankasa senior staff, no, issue a similar statement.
Yes.
Rejecting the decision to reduce almost salaries. No, it don't know rejected that.
Absolutely.
Almost they were not consulted.
Yes, but you see, the MD Wahane say it is not the MPP. It is not Dr. Mahamadou Bawumia. It is not the communications director of the MPP who is saying that there exists something we call economic mismanagement. This is Bernard Owusu. I am not the one. We have said time without number that the economy that is managed well cannot come back and say we cannot pay cocoa farmers. Cannot say that they will not be shock absorbers for their cocoa farmers. One of the reasons that I will even come here after I come here next week or next 2 weeks is how our petroleum funds has been invested. Binia, wouldn't how petroleum funds has been invested from 2011 when the act was passed. You see our heritage fund. Meboa.
Yes.
Meboa.
Yes.
Yeah, well, this other fund, what's the name?
And your heritage and
how can I forget this one? The other fund. You go me. Petroleum funds go me.
I retired as your teacher long ago. I can teach you now.
You know
on your own.
That fund, has been made. Maybe I'll remember. Has been established for purposes of future support.
Yes.
In the event that there is a force majeure or whatsoever, until the monies are supposed to be readily available in the fund. When we are investing the fund, you invest in a say. Or yes. Invest in short-term investment.
Yes.
Treasury bills be a 91 day, 30 days or something. A buying way through Dr. or assistant technical advisor, finance minister. And Tio Champon was the one who came to my committee to come and present to my committee, that is the economy committee, that now they are not going to invest our petroleum funds by way of the short-term investment that we have been doing since 2011, because the funds are supposed to be readily available anytime that we need it. Energy sector, that the returns can be 10 years, 15 years. In the Asempa, the government cannot use the petroleum funds as shock absorbers for the state, for the people of Ghana. So when there is any force majeure, all the amount of monies that are supposed to be paid by Ghanaians, Ghanaians will have to go through that difficulty. Stabilization fund. The stabilization fund. And then stabilization fund, what John Dramani Mahama and Nkrofo say stabilization fund no, and then the amount of short-term investment be IPPs in the cap and nobody call you.
Very well.
I'll come back to that conversation.
We'll get into those details now. Into Yadase. I mean, thank you for coming. Now, what baby and your man in this already are trained. So I mean, you've taken the right steps. I would OSP. We'll see.
But also DHC.
Yes.
Sergeant is also DHC because who your lawyer?
My petition sergeant.
My petition sergeant. My petition OSP. Any OSP.
Okay.
And I expect that they will do a very good job
of interest. Now OSP and corruption and corruption related offenses.
Because clearly you can see that there's corruption.
From where you sit.
About your bokash brutal. I'm a bokash brutal. But I'm yes, been you to Konomo the bin you. Senior 2013, require my national service. That time not a deputy CEO. In fact, I started with Derek Prince J.
Yes.
On another deputy CEO, na Monsieur and dear one and Nasia and a senior betuaso. Men who dear na John Dramani therefore ya or reshuffle. Your friend said Derek Prince Derek J. No, the papa buy. Papa to buy a nice man, honestly, a job training ya. Papa bro when this was and Kokobo CEO the Minister for Agriculture Mama Otuko the Bianye
and also can interview no.
A dear director. That's the only budget only budget
and also can interview no one.
Me see any budget.
Honorable Martin.
Me now training the Kufado buy. A Kufado ye me deputy minister. What training? What training me am a Kufado buy me deputy minister. John Dramani Mahama so me senior minister. It is not fair. I'm not happy about that.
When you now man
Doctor Otuko.
When you now man these are not things you learn from me.
That's it. No, I'll come back.
I taught him very well. I'm surprised he has corrupted over the period like that. Joined the wrong party. Anyway.
Dr. Peter Buama Otukono Doka Kwabe ete saying
Major also Obi.
Bibia Yaboko.
Adom Arakwa. Nyankopa Adom what the President Mahama Adom o Ghana. Na ohwe the way our mind e na. Obia say
Office of the President Yaboko.
Boko pa Mampeni and we papa wo bo adwuma na cabinet wo hono
mo and
cabinet.
Okay and a Thursday yes in role specifically in that office then
you near the kind me to president for agrek kwayon sem ho and Mr. lead the presidential initiatives in agrek and agribusiness. In the Medjumane say, may coordinate special interest areas across agriculture and agribusiness. So, from trade, agribusiness, industry, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Fisheries, Aquaculture, I coordinate specific interest areas. So,
it's not just a way
various initiatives.
Initiatives are a free ministry or free presidents and about. But this role conflict with ministers, no?
Sabio say when you won't conflict with anybody. So far it's been an exceedingly enormous effort to bring food security. And now here aduane abu. Obi a abokuafo abaso. Obi a bo kwan a aduane abu, kusua abu, enam abu, body abu, banchi abu, eburu abu, rice abu, kuafo no kra twa adwadwo se wo munya ba bi mfangu, wo munya ba bi nton no. Ni nyina because of the way we have handled agriculture. Intino wo hwa this is the first time in the history of this country a president has devolved the work of agriculture. Let's say what chichemu said ye be more efficient. Until we have first on the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. Now, say more ye be fisheries near aquaculture to chain. And I Ministry of Food and Agriculture and Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture. But the critical aspect of the business of agriculture, not yen set down focus here because of where it was locked. This is here no trade agribusiness. And so there are 3 different ministries for the first time. Dealing with agri plus the units at the presidency that deals with these special interest areas. And you know, that's why you are seeing all the results. And there's so much. But this is just 1 year. If you're back up and so if you look at the things and the measures I had you go Obi, my few years.
Fear back up in say Adriania boo, body boo, bayre boo, why boo. Can it be a result of Adiamo?
Exactly. A direct results. You see, Adibako Okayomuni say Unsus one and Chenepi.
Okay.
Because most of the food crops are enebuno. 3 months now, so no weka. Say 1 to 2 years. Within 3 months, your results would be exposed. Mekaya brana ya me interview no busam say. Etinyama ukanyina mu ye dabeni ebehu results. And I'm say train na season no endru nentwam. Because udua hade na wo ye dan a kwese nyinsen wonti fancy beba. It will be a case or agriculture policy or born homodia, a hwe aduane ebo. Hwe aduane ebu. Se aduane bua
na obon ho modern say aduane ambu na aduane boodin a na che se wonye hwe match I do about nothing.
Na saa nioma no mu dua na time ben.
Na aduane a ye di e wo Ghana sisi a e wo dwaso sisi a free in fact free last year November in fact free from October aduane bi e wo dwaso bia no ye dua no 2025 aduane bia e gi say bia kube cocoa abe
palm oil
those ones e di be 3 years and also so no wo hwa no na ene aye buachi bidin na aye ka ho asem ene enu nti na mabahai you understand when the investment is put in there you see the results mamin ka say min kire wo cocoa between 2015 and 2016 ya adwen say ye pese ye rehabilitate cocoa no bebre na ahye after mobilization the aggressive push e dua cocoa no na ye nhye na nye bi significant. It between 2015 and 2016 yeah 20 million cocoa seedlings and yeah rehabilitate aggressive rehabilitation into be cocoa output now say between 2020 2021 honomo you should to cover 1 million. It was because sa cocoa na edua in 2016 no na fe na aso after that no say I drop it. So the performance of the government will tell you whether the production will continue to increase or it will fall because agronomic management. So when you agronomic management in here, the cocoa tree without wealth or it will underperform. That's what you see. And so the results is what we are seeing. According to 2024, say in 433 something metric tons, but actual fact we got 360,000 metric tons. Trend and na ma ye short to sa 333 metric tons na yentimi because nya cocoa no is underperforming. And so when you don't put your policies well, particularly say aduaba no wedua na enyi awia afibia effort a wodi be hyemu no na be kire ne so
e be so
sa aduaba na tree crops no sa na tie but aduaba na ye twa no 3 months eno de wodi afudie no gu form a bo so memiensa na aso no watwa eno no wodi policy no gu form a
obi e be hu
immediately and se mere wo ho anka me kone nti a enema a ye de gu akwam nti a yenya sa results
eno na me ba ho no it before se be ba cocoa no and wo in your office presidential initiative be na wa drive.
Okay, so first of all ma minka the reason why aduane ni bu ye because ya share say friends I will miss the law.
Okay.
Kuani bia ne ma kuani ni nya onkeka se obedo ana se obetre na hie mu eye afudie no ebo ye wone ma miensa a kuayofo ana se ye kuayo nsem no ye hwe ye frɛ no input availability se afudie no ubenya bi eno ye one major problem. Input affordability se afudie no eye fo na obetimi ato ana obeto dodo ebeso wa afuo ena input quality se afudie no kra po no se unya eye papa a wodi gu fom a ubenya sansusu anso na ohia no sa niema we eye niema aban bia ehwe a ema aduane bu eti no se ohwe a afi atwa mu no ye adwen se ye behwe macroeconomic situation no any forex no me masters am ye before am koye me PhD me thesis am ye no me sua me analyzing your friend exchange rate pass through to import prices. Your friend be pass through effect. Say forex no and I said dollar no e peje no mu a he and the pass ember prices. Ghana your pass through effect no is almost more than 1.1 or 1.2. Not just as a dollar ne kosoro ba ko a etimi pushi aduane ne bo ma ne kosoro be say ba ko ne fa. So what you say? It is a bambia what tea adwuma na se a wonim de pa nim kwan a wo betimi control sector. And first of all, you control the forex market. You build your currency. Say there be a currency ni be gina ne na so. Because Ghana ye input afudi a ye de adwuma nyina no ye di fra amanone.
Yes.
Glyphosate amanone, fertilizer NPK amanone, urea amanone, calcium sulfate amanone. Etino input ni nyina even klante. And I know brand new preparation for 2024 adai catalyst for any omu share can say adai catalyst and then still mu ye adai catalyst because you see a catalyst in cry and then I'm diversify it. You know, most of the technology that is coming, nobody produces them in Ghana, and so you have to pick dollar. Now they are kwama no now they are koto. Eti epeja no mu obe hia see the do one now they are koto. either say wuntimi nto ana say oto abema ne boa yeden ana me boa so ohwa President Mahama ani so ade hu what the start here amamu yi say e be control currency no, and we have been able to control and stabilize the currency. Currency na esesa 17 cedi to $1 and na esesa 10 cedi 50 pesos to $1. And so what it significantly does immediately is to reduce the cost of inputs. It's fertilizer na near ton 700 Ghana 2024 no, and then 350 Ghana. Baby crop 300 Ghana. Glyphosate na near ton 80 Ghana. Eno crop we near esha danye yi na eno no utimi nya no baby ya na 80 Ghana. Ni anu odem pa no na every take ni near na 120 Ghana. And then sa glyphosate na 35 Ghana. Box back we 420 Ghana cedi. Box back some na box back we 960 Ghana cedis. Because of what? The strengthening of the currency. It is significantly, amount the cost of production has come down because the cost of input has significantly come down. It is a bio se nipa no ne kakra wa okura no timi de do 2 acres and so asase 5 acres and on do 2 acres obedo 5 acres nyina because otimi to enema no dodo because input no abafom significantly. Ebra ye campaign me ba ha be kan kwaye ho nsem. Obeka ya me kan sa de we se aban na ni so ade hunu ni se ye be hwe input afudie no na ya ma afudie na ye fo na aye available nti bebi obefa bia obenya afudie ni bia ato na ya san so ama afudie na ebadwama so no ebetimi aye papa se de ebe ya kwani no de ehye fom a wonim se obenya productive returns eno ne yetimi aye na ene ama aduane ebu eno koda nchen a the whole of last year aban fertilizer ocheni free
fertilizer.
And maybe a trim na planting for food and jobs. No more running planting for food and jobs. No more running some input credit scheme. I don't know about call supply and no akwaje na ono aye bill no de akoma aban na aban atua. And no kra no adverse selection na ewu moral hazard issues na ewu na nya adekotoa. Because me na me de aba na me sini pattern na abeje glyphosate.
Yes.
One wa yo ka say enye no a so when we have tried input subsidy da a fairly you try input credit a fairly. It's what we designed and modeled for our government and at the farmer center is blending the two. So what you say say aban be subsidizing input no now in some instances or the free and in some instances credited when the farmer service center are fully operational. Those models are going to be there. It's input in the farmer service center and it's already subsidized. And I'll bet me abeji the accord do fu udo wi a enye se kokwa ton wa betua efudie na bi na wo de atua it me ba me initiatives no ho a me kire obaako bi a ye deploy wo ho no ma aboa pa yam yetimi ado
because we new farmer centers no last year fertilizer no mo chain free
obusa district
cocoa farmers or for any other farmers?
No, all the farmers obusa oreke boku zana no ba the next time oba no obusa no obusa no oba be ka kire free yedma free obi ani wono ma yeton aban fertilizer ma no eji se bia ne yedma on anso na obi na wa opese ukoto kakra ka ho eno no ukonso a fofofo enye 700 Ghana biem 300 Ghana nti we ndendo eti aduane na ebu ni nyina is a factor, is a product of efficient strategy yedu gu form okua yonsemu ena ma aduane na bu no ena mebe obi afre me se owo aburo onye obi amanato ena gentleman ba ko frɛ mo si beans ena atebubu man hene nana Dr. Yabua esiama ebehia me wo office
okay
wo se beans no ebu atebubu am ebi mu kra plow the afra and said a nitrogen fixation. So it is a product of the investment government made in the sector. And our results. And some of the results you will see even in cocoa. This year announced say cocoa, you had the free fertilizers in back, and you will see the output. But the output last year is even higher than the outputs in the previous year. Cocoa shasi beto edwane so ebe say 650,000 metric tons, but it's even more than that. It's about 700 but 580,000 per na yato no ene ne yede akọ ne yede kosi awa ye sa rollover no rollover yes na ye tua free mu ne kra no still cocoa nko the $3.9 billion in a bag Ghana last year. It been see that in about 10 years. The highest we got, the highest we have gotten. Embra yenya 1 million metric tons on $2 billion. You understand? So effective agriculture policy very, very, very important. And you see the results show so quickly. Sabio, when you do any policy in agriculture, when it has to do with production, your production policies, your post-production policies, and now if we have time, I think that we take you cocoa and some every you see, I agree Canada will start here. Me here bears 3 hours. So, but me see a bit cocoa time, no.
And I remind them a message because an effective strategy should also take care of storage. In the Nippon say, Obi, please ask Dr. Tukono, how much of food reserve is Ghana holding so that in case of a disaster, how would we survive without food aid from donors? Edwin Ewataka.
Okay, so that is a very important question. In yet only storage.
Sure.
Post-production is not only storage.
Okay.
Post-production is harvesting, harvest handling, harvest transportation, harvest storage, and harvest processing. So it's a broad chain. Storage is just an aspect. So you are just storing the raw farm products. So what you are saying. And depending on your strategic policy as a country, which crops you are growing, you develop the storage to suit that. Currently, under a Feed Ghana agenda now, 6 food crops, main food crops. There are more other crops that we are doing also, but those are the target areas to drive growth in those areas. Maize, rice, soya bean, sorghum, tomato, in fact 7, tomato, onion, and pepper.
Yeah, but what can you na ebu? None of these were in there.
Oh, maize ebu. Maize the ebu
7, no maize, any day in there.
Maize, soya bean ebu.
Soya bean ebu Ghana ha.
Soya bean na me ton 700 Ghana for my farm. And then me to soya bean 320 Ghana.
320
Yes. Ebu, in fact, I know Akrobia frame is all about $1,000, and I buy large quantity. I do livestock. I do all animals. Think of it, and now I do it from rabbit to pigs to cattle to poultry, turkey, ducks. I do everything.
Oh, really?
360.
Like
so I do grains commercial. Yeah, commercial. Commercial pa.
Okay, into what about two out of the 7?
So two maize ebu, soya bean ebu, emu ebu, emu ye.
Emu ben.
Emu ebu.
Local rice.
Local rice ebu and sotona
Ghana ha.
Na obi anyawa na nanse you frɛ rice producers here no mu twa adwadwo se omu nya omu mane se
paddy ni go ho omu ntimi process paddy no
na paddy na edan anwa
oh na say enu ebedu na ntimi di paddy ubetima di paddy
but yes because emu na bu ni ntino they will not melt because umele the science of it is that umele at that moisture levels na wona by 3 months 4 months 145 be say
yeah,
but science and I say.
So we've not done
that is why everywhere across the world we don't store rice, we store rice paddy.
Sure.
Very good.
Sure.
It's in rice now paddy na one. So any day that the market needs it because it's in excess, you have to keep it because it's in excess. Say market in here umele ya aba market. And so rice is in excess. In fact, rice is significantly in excess. Now beyond the excess beyond the excess one significant thing that we have to look at, very crucial, is to how to regulate the market. Said even whilst there is excess, it doesn't become injurious to the farmer. Because one regulating market now, particularly as our currency is doing well, also to one more be free for the you understand? And so those are the key issues. I mean, say Ministry of Food and Agri, Trade and Agri Business. Any presidency how to manage the flow of food into the market and even off the market. You understand? And so it's a whole the management of the agri sector no enye into conclude to say no because we suffered with food because of the way they manage it. Now I remember whilst we were crying on top of our voices, say, the way Uncle Foy planting for food. Maybe try studio ha. I catch you say yes, planting for food and jobs, but my share document in army. Make share ya investing yaba power. I wanted to see what they did so that we can know how we can basing there. Brian Champo document here.
Na feed Ghana the anyway.
Feed Ghana the anyway. Oh, anano a farmers the omuche ni free when you be the offer honorable Eric Albania.
Who say are they Ghana food deeper in toast?
In toast boo in season.
Okay.
Emma, it got to a point in time President had to intervene. Emma agogo. Cry we had to direct schools and to okay. But you see now how to sustain the market means that you must produce off season.
Yes.
Is what you are saying. Yes. So in season, what produce you have struggled to find a way to get it down. You see processing factories, how to get them processed. But beyond that, supply chain maintenance, supply chain consistency, are very key. It is say in grown within season a big problem. It under the irrigation for wealth project now most of the areas I targeting is to grow vegetables throughout the season. And I know Martin said now John Dumelo say we are targeting our 300,000 metric tons off season production. And the whole idea is a smooth travel of production. Said every time there will be available food. But you must even do that and do more so that you will be able to process. So what you say and take advantage of the international market. And so that is the dynamics in agriculture.
Tomatoes free Burkina Ebano. I think 3 days ago, many of Modin come almost say off season, no. Because any irrigation facilities,
yes,
Papa, no.
It's true.
In the intos
it's true.
It's true. And that is what you should be tackling.
Exactly, that's what we are doing. But you see, the thing about agriculture investment when it comes to agro infrastructure is that it takes time.
Yeah.
The policy, and so you handle the low-hanging fruits. And that's what we have been telling the Kufuor's government in the past. Let's handle the low-hanging fruits. Whilst you look at installing in the process, facilities to offtake and process. And to usually you can agriculture marketing and say wakodwaso na wakoton. Agriculture marketing includes processing, agro processing, because the off-taking would go to the factory, then you add more value, then it goes to bigger markets. Because if you don't add more value, you can't access bigger markets, you access restricted markets. And so it's a whole grand program. We have spoken about a feed industry initiative where we are looking at growing industry to absorb the excess. But you have to do the production first. So you deal with production. In fact, you do with pre-production. It is pre-production efficiency and a amount efficiency in production. Now more efficiency in post-production. But what you say? And then pre-production efficiency. And I mean no can was inputs no. So inputs no eba na yefo. Now start producing inputs ni bi kra ha. Me no can say we are working on a number of projects to manufacture fertilizer in Ghana. We are working on a number of projects to do agrochemicals in Ghana. And if these things come on stream, it means that even if there is, in the most unlikely situation, currency fluctuations, you don't suffer. You understand?
But these things are medium to long term. I mean, it may
essentially it must. No, Obi. Essentially, it must be medium to long term because Rome was not built in a day. You understand? But the fact that you are taking the steps and the infrastructure, the project starts, is significant. For example, an honorable Eric. Ekokate sword for a processing factory of poultry. It will take time to construct, but when it comes on stream, it will work. And that's what we want from governance. Ghana abatwa yetu nyina ne say. Ubetu abe you obi ase bi owo ni swadi hunu. Na owo pepa. We be piasa ni swadi hunu na ma ni swadi hunu na bam. And that's the results we are seeing.
Across the country say omo trust him message in opposition. Say MP before manage sector ni momo ba mo be ni ye mo be mo good prices any ade omo gina so to aba ni boom boom e de mamo bo ama da won mama omo nsa esifom afedi omo sika kre wo say ba omo na aban edge e den na obeka che
koko kuani be na kan sa asem
one tie demonstration interviews na
o sa MPP ni na wa se wa tisi yes so say o ye demonstration
no me can farmers na
ana guy na reference Paul Yando said the demonstration it is here money na okay because akuafo yi so meet omu so omu da president Mahama say watu na mo pese kokoo no e sector ne begu it is money oh yes
sika na aba form no
ana wo de phone no so sa videos na bi mba so
o sika na aba form no
me say phone sa videos na bi mba so dia
o se ni pan so da
president Mahama say se watu anamon a ebeboa amakoko sector na timi agina na collapse se ufo na bi mba so de a ebia free phone no
two things that
ebia free phone no
president Mahama announce ni oma bebre
ufo na ye China na say ye den because se won use video na anye na free phone no
president Mahama announce ni oma bebre including the cut in price no apart from cut in price no or announce bill or they call parliament say yen lucky in 70% no or announce local production of cocoa into all those other things or and no more than as one and I say buona ya test so then me pese me hu
video no
I've seen those videos.
Well, very good. Yes. I just want to confirm one videos. So sure. Those are what I have seen. But near I can't dear poyando money abajemo dear no more ye no money namne dear. They have no iota of idea of what cocoa farming is.
Really?
One won't tell us here crack. Sabio miracle any poyando or cocoa farmers. What this year so be say Munamu champion Sabio cocoa for nim nyanza, cocoa for munim nyanza, so more make come as the fact of the matter is that Sabio won't me nya one Marco Kone enko eswona tifin ko hono no aba na abo bebuza se wan na yeye na who kosam hwe obi ananu a me hu se kodwo opon kroma edi press conference ani mu okoko ayi no I was in gume me hu dwire me I was waxed ya kasa waxed out here I was shocked to the core because senka bobi be ka koko asema e wo mamu ha nkanya MPP4 anano papa panimu bi pa me fere ne pa na ohia me no se enti no se bio Ghana ye ni wuade ana e ba ne sen na MPP4 ka koko asem adenti na MPP4 ntimi nka koko asem e yetiawa okay ene koko sector atetia pansam ama ye yield akofo ma ye ntimi ntwa koko kura biem ye MPP4 ene na ama koko no akofom ma kire ni edikan afudi abu ahede afudi anajo Mahama de makuafo free fertilizer free spray free wa be yi ni nyina afio wo be yi free won so a ebu anka esa wodi makoko farmer no one farmer no when him said the first 4 years of President Akufo-Addo one to cocoa so one Ghana kra one Ghana 2020 ni twa free 2021 no mo free 600 and the core 600 and the core 800 and no to ya because of the depreciation of the cedi no and the core ya could do 3,100 now unim near wom no kre wom ni say at the time ana MPP4 8 2,800 3,000 and 3,100 no na sa amre no koko dwaman so ye ton no aboarding and come betimi atua 3 times of the values that they were paying and go and look at the numbers very well. Time ana President Akufo-Addo took cocoa so e could do 3,100 no cocoa no na eda be say 7,800
yes
e peja ni mu ko 8,000 e ko 9,000 e ko 10,000 e ko 12,000 so ko dwama so na ko to cocoa e niam mienu e na tools mienu instruments mienu na use ye won your friend futures market and your friend spot market spot market ni say wa fa cocoa na to a battery literally now they are called dwaman so now see me kra me cocoa ahene ye ton wo dwaman so no aton and a futures market and say wunya sika na advance now kwa sign contract agi hu sika no now a supply no later
yes
now futures market ton at $12,000 na spot price ni ye ton no be $10,000 na President Akufo-Addo makua no 3,100 Ghana cedi na oni mathematics ewom samre no na dollar no 16 cedis dollar ni 16 cedis
yes
na sa 16 cedis no yamfa ne say ebra spot price ne kra $10,000 no ton 16 cedis a cocoa 1 ton ebe 160,000 Ghana cedi tete 1.6 billion cedis Se wo ka se ubuafu ubetua cocoa farmer not say the John Mahama etua ni sisi ya no na be man 70%. 70% of 160,000 ya. 70% of 160,000 ya. Almost 90,000 Ghana cedi. One ton bia cocoa botono edunsia ene wom. Divide 90,000 by edunsia my enko school kakra ne enye maasi bi wa ha. U divide 90,000 by 16 ubenya 90,000 divided by 16 ubenya 5,625
and 25.
Samre no na president Akufo-Addo eton cocoa no 3,000 in fact na 2,800 and ye kasa ya and odi bi beka ho and about 3,000 and a call 3,100. So 3,100 no actually constitute 25% of the FOB price. Metro article be on the May 2024 analyzing why the cocoa sector was dying, why the yields were going down. Now at that time no not 2023 now yield number base 430,000. Before the following 450,000. Before the following year I anticipated say a better form even further because we are not motivating the farmer enough. The farmer, 3,100, which is only 25%. So that was the time when this years no. A brand new war bemuno. Near Bomba said
25% of saying
of the FOB international price.
What was the FOB?
The international much 160,000.
Based on then Unyasa 160,000.
Oh, and I may say
is it the official FOB cocoa board announced?
No, and the FOB, you see, the FOB price that they announced at the time. In fact, that was available because your terminal price, I mean, and your terminal price, and no cocoa board announced. But the international price, no, no international cocoa exchange, and they announced. So international, so no, yes, so we are saying that the best pricing index should be the international price. It's when we are doing pricing in Ghana, CCR currently we use FOB. So FOB,
the gross FOB or the net FOB?
May patch on whether gross or net.
Very important. It's important.
Whether gross or net, it is inconsequential.
Why?
On the international cocoa exchange, they don't determine net. They determine gross.
It's which
FOB.
one do we use in
May
Ghana?
patch on Unia.
They determine gross, but which one do we use in Ghana?
To do what?
To get what we pay to the farmer.
I am doing analysis and choosing what I'm using. Also, I'm saying, which one do you use in Ghana? If you yourself and then one FOB price,
which is the gross FOB,
and not terminal price
Ghana,
now. Cannot
before we determine what we give to the price, you see cocoa industry cost.
And no terminal price. And you friend the net and I make terminal price. And no be calculate you a haulage movement.
So in the Ghana you use terminal price.
Oh, baby, no.
Said you will come to
so be our question idea half. No feeling so in my dear no. It's to na me tire mu.
What bobon you baby me say Ghana you use the terminal price, right?
Obi to na me tire wase me tire wo na ma me analysis na obeben. Me sorry akono wa cocoa expert.
Me say
what you say.
Once we agree say terminal you use
yes say. International FOB price ye dey announce na no ya woda.
Yes.
Ye use we no. And then your net, the 4,200 that we use was the gross international price.
And
what we have used, what we have used to do our analysis in opposition were all international FOB price.
Okay.
The terminal prices, they are used for internal purposes to measure your margins. Because you include the LBC's margins, you include the free, those things are there. But those margins must fall within near Ebeka Uyi farmers in the free ma. Uyi 70% ni free ma. Near Ebeka no. Those margins come in between them. So they are
because of something.
Mami see. So it is inconsequential for anybody to whether ask you or use net FOB price or whatever it is, terminal price or whatever. It is inconsequential because may analysis about what the Kuyani is getting. And you are telling me say the margins that goes in should be
the question. The last time many Fifi Boa for Dean Como. Fifi said what Ghana was using now the net FOB. And no determined.
And net FOB no was not, in fact, they were not even using net FOB. They were using their contract values.
Okay, that's fine. It doesn't know more use net FOB. When Honorable Brian Achampon took over as a Greek minister, NRC no. But who you net of FOB now, you are cheating the farmer. And from the last crop season, and Honorable Brian here said that be omunyusu gross FOB. And then we say, and no one amo to aso and say, must go back to the net FOB. One
say at the end of 1 year, you get lost and you know like how big the where you creative mess be. The reason is very simple. Ebra omu net FOB now omu use no. Nobody has issue. In fact, omu call to gross FOB. Okay. Gross FOB is not my concern for the analysis. And I may yet say, even when you use the gross FOB, the farmer was getting 25%. You understand? Yeah. So whether net or gross is inconsequential now. We are staying on the FOB, gross FOB announced on the International Cocoa Exchange. 4,200 now, you calculate here at the set price, 2,587 Ghana cedi, now a FOB price.
But
you understand
whether you use net or gross inconsequential.
No, it is inconsequential for my analysis I'm doing now.
Because if today one man will say Nansanya price I'm announcing mu use gross now. It tells me that mu use net and the price will be different.
No, you see,
and it will not be inconsequential.
No, it will be inconsequential. You don't use that. In fact, we have moved away from. And I make a choice say, uko ton contract $2,600 per ton. That is your net. That's
your forward.
Yes, work on your forward. That's your net. Won't mean go beyond it. But I'm saying, say the argument anyway analysis where I say you have to peg it to the FOB. The gross FOB announced on the International Cocoa Exchange. You understand?
Yeah.
Now, when you are using net, it means that you can. It's discretionary. You can determine your net because then when you go into a forward sales, the value that that's what you will use. Yeah. And so that's why I'm not worrying myself there. It's to understand the issues now. And you see, I don't want to obfuscate the issues. Me persecute any TRC, the NTI be do some point with. It's in a me to me boy in mark. And then you go back and forth and you obfuscate issues.
No, it depends when there is a question.
So Obi, so I have said, President Akufo-Addo ni MPP are buying, Bawumia ni MPP are buying in 2024 when cocoa was selling at 10,000, maybe see 10,000, maybe go beyond to 12,000. 10,000. Some no muma cocoa kueni 3,100. Sa 3,100 no constitutes about 25% of the FOB price.
Yeah.
And analysis no. And you can say there be we are cheating the cocoa farmer. It's because analysis ni kasi cocoa farmer no even 70% as we have done in the past. Na I say and no baseline no yenko below data. We should be able to give the cocoa farmer 6,500. But President Akufo-Addo no money 2,500. So what it means is 3,100. So it means to say now the cocoa farmer was losing about 3,400. It will be a cocoa in 2024 no.
Yes.
One ton, one bag be 64 kilos no. We lose you 3,400 Ghana cedi. It will team your cocoa kweni. Multiply 3,400 Ghana cedi by the number of cocoa we produce in 2024. That is how much President Akufo-Addo Bahumia's government stole from you.
Yes. You have come to that conclusion. You have come to that conclusion because who you sue a different FOB from what use?
No, you need different FOB.
Don't
send that confusion. Don't send that confusion.
They used 4,800.
And you go and read my article. You can search for it right now, and you will see the analysis. So you will see there say who used to sell 2,600 now. What call your forward sales now? Who be catch them say who tiabe 70 and 76%. But you are costing the farmer. The farmer is losing. The farmer is losing almost 3,400, which you could have saved for the farmer. And so that's my analysis. What ye dubious contract? Ebra one in the beko jaso. One in the beko jaso. Now wako akoton adie. Now call ye ne drama e dwane so ye ton $10,000. Was me die me for that Christmas inti. Sebion previous amejiminti me ton 2,600. Who does that?
You are
Sebio we drop adie na akoton abe sa. You dey you man say ye wo we drop adie e na akoton a obeton sa.
Because Oka say ye educated public. You are the expert. I am not. What do you think about minimum guaranteed price? Because what for 10,000 out the analysis, the 10,000 may have been a flash in the year.
Okay.
But for the average, in the how would the average price play in your analysis now?
No country does minimum guarantee price with nominal figures. You do it in percentage. And strike a percentage, it was a pine.
Yes.
Fineco, my minimum guarantee price is 70% of the FOB price. And you go according to it. And no government has been religious to this down the President Mahama administration. Last year, Ebra na cocoa no aba bedu 7,200. That not dollar no NDCD no 10.25 to the dollar no. And he set your first price 3,225 or so. And he set his our first price no. Ebra CD no epeja no mukakra na could 11.5 and he had 400 back and the call 3,600. Making sure that we maintain that minimum floor guaranteed price of 70%
of the FOB.
Of the FOB. Now, now, between 4th October, I now say, sir, 3,600 no. So 30th October, not cocoa no price, not drop every 7,200, about 5,800. Yan fire sanka. Sa loss no between 7,200 and 5,800. How much was lost? Can you do the quick calculation?
Almost 2,000.
Almost 1,400. 1,400, 1,500. Why did we hear? Mete says a gentleman now interview no MPP no. Ka say a buying buy no you omo time no omo kusin kuani no. Who kusin that in 1 month? I did not drop every 7,200 till last week. Last week now I drop near Kano 4,200. How much loss? $3,000. Maminya analysis been chiro. Between time I announced last one until the time I announcement no, ya tokoko 581,000 metric tons. Out of the 650 that we targeted. So 581,000 metric tons no, we have lost $3,000 of that value. Pick your calculator. Multiply $3,000 by 581,000 metric tons. How much has the government cushioned? How much has the government cushioned?
Yeah, but all the 500,000 were not bought from this because from the start of the season,
but you have set the price. But you have set the price.
Of course.
Yes, sir.
Of course.
And you're 3,625 near tono.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Very good. It's in what the size cano and I thought a dear way in it margins be our calculate here no. Was certain at 7,200 and now the calculate here now almost 70%. No. But what here. So whatever loss that comes into it, you take care of it.
Yeah, but every government suffers that because there is always price for
main cars will be so far, baby.
Okay.
Will be so far be that. But I'm telling you the quantum of what we have absorbed because of propaganda no more no. Say we are buying kusin on time no mu kusin. Multiply 581,000 by $3,000 and see how much billions of dollars that we are losing in this small time. Now between there now you announce new cocoa price no. Ebesine you announce at 4,200 and then in 3 days now do 3,600.
Yes.
So even the value now you announce which is the 2,587 no. Which is supposed to be the 90% of the FOB price, gross FOB price. No? Now, I bet do 3,600. In actual fact, in real terms, we are paying the farmer almost 98% of the FOB price.
Because of the current price.
Because of the current price. Whatever cocoa I bet on free last week, you toss our cocoa now, you could go man so you be $3,600 per ton. Not just say, margin that's no 4,200 to 3,600, which is about $600. We have lost all that $600. It's your calculation for from. Yeah, estimation mono nanka see 650,000 metric tons of cocoa.
This crop season.
And yeah, 581,000 every mu yato no dada. It would define say kwata. Aka you bear 70,000 metric tons. Multiply 70,000 metric tons by 600.
That will be the gap government has.
That will be the gap. Multiply. A bemo almost $42 million. Now people, who cushions that? And so it is never true. if anybody tells you say we are not cushioning. But you see the reason why it has become very difficult, regrettably difficult, to make this decision at this time. It affects me nana ekuyedum e obi ma me wofa kwa minsia obi ma a o kokofo e affect no me ankasa ekikime but you know why we have to take that decision? Because cocoa sector no sikasem no yenuanu mo MPP atetina pansam poto. Look, if we don't take any drastic decision, if you are not careful next cocoa season we can't buy cocoa.
Yeah, but that's where they say you obfuscate the matters when you bring in cocoa board debt.
No!
Pricing of cocoa. Farmers geo musica. A car that hot here. You can deal with it. Can pay farmers for musica.
Sebio and our kwaje bank sikana untiaya.
Yes.
Ukoto adia onwen car with no. What they cut 10 million na. Ukoto adia 5 million. Untia oka.
Yes.
Every year do so here. Sometimes we should use our natural, fair to them.
Yes.
Yes, it is due. Are you aware that last year alone, cocoa bills that were due was almost about 4.something billion Ghana cedi. Wow, and under domestic debt exchange 2023 cocoa bills of about $10 billion or 10 billion Ghana cedi. They have to restructure for repayment in 2025, 2026, 27, 2028.
No, you didn't understand my question. My question is cocoa trade, farmers also mudia cocoa now ready. E was say aban cotton or cotton e wodwaman so. O the world market price na that particular value chain, picking the cocoa from the farmer, going to sell on the world market, and no any cocoa board car at that one. What is the linkage?
Yeah, fufu now on analysis. Analysis.
What is the link?
I wanted to link it into analysis. No matter you have to include it in the pricing.
Okay, the link.
And you have to take a decision so that you don't incur more debt.
Very well. Link.
You understand? So, sir, a cano that 32.9 billion Ghana cedi.
Yes.
Out of which about 26 billion cocoa contracts. The obligations for the government last year 4 billion. This year there's another obligation that we have to pay to cocoa bills for it's due. So I just say, and no you can. And no kodan chaya. So dubious cocoa contracts now almost signed $2,600 per ton. A brand now didn't ton $10,000 no. Ama me no ka say
cocoa may it may not be a dubious
it is dubious. Masa, it is no risk, it is dubious. Why? At the end of that 10,000, no one sign at the end of a brand that 10,000 now when you get say that 10,000, what's I 2,600? Who's in your dubious?
But
why are you doing this?
Who in his right senses was sign?
Why are you infuriating the conscience of the people? Why are you doing that? At the end of 10,000.
At the time they were signing the forward sale contract, now at that 10,000, what you're saying?
Oh yes, when they signed the 2024 contract, it was 10,000.
At the time they were
signing. In fact, the worst
shot up to 10,000 after they signed.
At the time they were signing the contract, the worst price was $9,600.
Now what my price mean?
Yes, no, but why? Every day it shifts. But at the time they were signing, within that period, the worst price was $9,600. It's the upper quarter for analysis purposes. You have 9,600 punye. Will you sell your father's property to anybody for 2,600 when it is being sold for 9,600? Will you do that?
But that one will not even make sense. Why
exactly. Hallelujah. That's what I want you to tell MPP. You see, it just simply didn't make sense unless somebody was motivated with an interest. It simply doesn't make sense. So 2,600 not ton, you know. Oko sign 780,000 metric tons for 2,600 because Okoka Chiro almost say 2024 no Ghana be produce 800,000 metric tons. It's in the 780,000 babe mau 2,600. Obi utien ye.
Me too, pa.
2,600 at 780,000. And anyame nche adie. Afeno cocoa I produce ye nyina na me catch from the beginning no.
And yeah.
Over is in actual wise about 360,000. You understand? But more announce 433,000. But obviously because almost supply 433,000 and can cut 333,000. You understand? Out of the amount that I've mentioned. It is 333,000 no mujaye no. One more do schedule 2,600. Sisi a yen NDC a buying and around the abe cocoa board. Yen kwa koto cocoa no 7,200. Ni area yakọ adwaman so e de akoma nkrofo no at 2,600. Because it's due, we have to supply. Ya supply mu 240,000 metric tons. So 240,000 metric tons, no, we have lost almost $150 million from that trade alone. We convert $150 million ko Ghana sikema at a rate of 10.5. What the amount in 11? Ona the audio fan say 10 kra. How much are you getting? Almost 1.5 billion Ghana cedi.
But would roll over.
You have lost no tobo analysis no 1 2 wow. Your post na me friend wife ebusa no me sure say onum kwan wo jade pa wo fufu na wo hwe kwan. Na me tire mu ko. Eti sa loss no on that trading alone was made last year. Who pays for that? Government. We share sa trading nko ne nominal loss na magbo akire no, but the real loss is what we call the opportunity cost. Opportunity cost ya here nka obenya se nka wo de sa koko no call sporter because last year nyina ye turn sport ye decided say be turn sport because the problem to bo metira o me call obi ye turn sport it in opportunity cost ne say se nka ye de sa 240,000 metric tons no e ko dwaman so koton ya nke benya $941 million, which is roughly $1 billion, which in equivalent terms will be about 11 billion Ghana cedi. Na kaya debt no, debt exchange no 10 billion but we have rather made a loss in addition because of the criminal decision of the Akufo-Addo Bawumia government.
That's fine.
And no koda nche ya to me see you me see ye. And no koda nche ya. Cocoa board e yusu kotokuo. And or the aswani cocoa and the carry ni cocoa. Cocoa kotokuo no and se ya cocoa board ne say said ye yempe Ukraine Russia war be hodi ye kotokuo no wo wiem. Said ye be yembe duru Ghana nti no. 2 years bia na 3 years bia no ye order na ye bedi be say 3 years na ye de agu ho said ye be ya within 2 years na ye order another one it is our final year ni betwa mu no na abeduru na ye de run sa. That's how we have run Cocoa Board. Are you aware that this criminally minded boy here do ni omo Cocoa Board ro mo? No, this is criminal. I think it's criminally minded.
Mind the words you use.
Okay, may you criminally minded? No?
That's fine.
But the dangerously minded boy here do ni mkrofo 2021 cocoa sacks or mu import here. Wamu bedu omu yiri nyina report na omu di kogu warehouse. And omu start this year use ni kakra 2022 na omu sa order another batch. Ebedu Ghana no na mu ja report ho omu ntimi ankle. 2023 na omu order another one. Ebedu report ho omu ntimi ankle. 2024 there so woman ankle. 4 days to election. TME ye pa on. 4 days to election na ye wie election ye wie na aban ye kono. And no letters of credit of $48 million to import another batch of cocoa sack. Meanwhile, 2022 there, 2023 there, 2024 there, ni gu port wo yintimi clear. And you know the irony, the shocking irony is that 2021 there na ye begu warehouse no. We more use all over the period I'm 91,000 bills. No, so 94,000 bills. I'm 94,000 bills no. E bi ye use no last year. And this year there is enough that we can use. 48 million the any crime be do here. We have to go and look for money to pay. Senya broni beya. Who would do this to his own country of birth? Wow, my ya wu tumu. I was so for many years. With all the crisis, the domestic debt exchange. Now our work out to her. Well, went to me and Pia. I say Pia betu in 2025. Wusa Ekosiise a dubious forward sales contract. And on you lose almost $1 billion every move. Now we are what's our swag cocoa sacks when you know we go. He clearing duty crazy to your crown and yard ketwa. Yen calculate ye yen baho uhwe Cocoa Board books ma for the first time in the history of Ghana. Se uton Cocoa Board e jopa die nyina Cocoa House. Wo mu cars Land Cruiser omu yusu, pickup omu yusu. Uto omu cocoa shares nyina wagana nyina na ukaboma, which is the total asset value of cocoa board. Now she car omu dia, e car omu de no e bro sa asset ni nyina by 3.8 billion Ghana cedi. Who does this?
Okay.
Now obi se ube tu we nyina na ese wo deal with. Na eno nso sika na wo de ye sika na wo de solve sa problem we na wo sa absorb almost 150 million dollars every stress we mu na the analysis you and I did right now ye 580,000 cocoa ayetoye na ye move every 7,200 sa dia kodwama so 4,200 hope you be day.
Okay.
No, no,
says
no, I want an answer from you. And I mean, between me and you, what you are a potential cocoa boss. You to say Randy, not to be out. Say you walk and out to be Randy and etina. Obey a day.
Obey a president. I know I am a cocoa.
Say na making.
But my Musa question. The me Musa say, cocoa board debt has been a growing concern. It is not as if say. Since Cocoa Board was established, debt be a murder until Boahedu a free power. No, hold on. Boahedu tells us in interview I mean I said on also inherited a debt of close to 19 billion. So no inherited our debt now, and you made an earlier point say now the first 4 years in our man to Cocoa Board. I think data production they are sending 475 is what they met. In 2016-2017, they maintained it in 2017-2018, 2018-2019, 2019-2020. Almost about 500.
And I'm 2020. Yeah, no, but 2020 no so. Now 2016, but
first 4 years.
Obi now.
First 3 years.
Oh yeah, lawyer. I'm a math teacher, no breaker.
First 3 years, correct. First 4 years, it is wrong. But okay, first 4 years.
2020 not also. 2020 to from 2016 to 2020 is it not 4 years?
Okay, first 4 years.
Me say yes, but
and I make sure the first 4 years is not true. First 3 years is true. And let's move on. My elective man.
Elective man. Okay, finance for better. What be some question back that? Okay. Finance for I bet you say the best way to analyze the financial health of an institution is to use what we call the balance sheet. First of all, ebra ye free abemu no.
Yes.
Your profit margin.
Yes.
Ye jaye. Nay, I think 1.3 billion Ghana cedis.
And we will address the question.
Oh, there Tobo. Tobo. Me I say ye obi aboka ni ye boka. Ntino me na me ya no. Ntino you profit.
Okay.
Mama minye analysis bin chiro. Yen free profit and loss yen ko balance sheet. Balance sheet total equity. Ye ja ema MPP4 surplus of 1.79 billion Ghana cedi. Total equity wamujaye 3.8 billion Ghana cedi deficit. Zero negative what the cat 3.8 billion. Wamu current liabilities are liquidating liabilities. A car would be as a utiaka. You understand?
Yes.
20.2 billion Ghana cedis. Yeah, liabilities are 1.6 billion. So Osha non-current liabilities. Wamuja 12.3 billion Ghana cedi. Yeah, non-current liabilities 2.9 billion. Eti current liabilities yet trade into no sa a can as utia, but Osha assets no one near one is sika winina a cana wodeno, Sikana bro, a cana wodene so. So at yes, it's in the shaka a current liabilities near non-current liabilities nibuma 1.6 plus 2.9 billion. Unya bears at 3.4 billion. 3.4 billion. That was our total liabilities.
The argument is Cocoa Board na debt be any when Boahedu took over. Oh, that argument.
But before now, be a man. Repeat it. Me say current liability or the car.
Okay.
But near the car 1.6.
Okay.
And you did non-current liabilities. And also you are another car.
Yes.
But no long-term car.
Okay.
And we 2.9 billion.
Okay.
Into Kabuma, 3.4 billion.
Okay.
A car near there.
Okay.
Okay.
When he was taking over.
No, that is 2016. Boahedu.
They take you over.
The famous Boahedu. O take you over. Not near Wohoni.
Okay.
All free abemuno. The current liability is 20.2 billion cedis. The non-current liability is 12.3 billion cedis. Okaboma 30.5 billion cedis. Shani assets The assets no 3.8 billion cedis, less than 30.2 billion cedis. So this is the record.
Okay.
This is the record. You see, and
only liabilities no was the 1.8 billion syndicated loan. Now Moji in 2016 na eka because he made that point when I interviewed him.
You see,
and the point he made actually, they say, "Sa 1.8 billion na mokoje, you know, muka number of bags tons amode ba beto. Omo buy by December, move free abem omo buy, you know. Now 1.8 billion in na asa. But na koko amosemo de beto na monto bebre. And nothing amount cocoa bills of Bank of Ghana. No.
Values now, my boy, are audited accounts by the Auditor General.
Okay.
These are the values.
Okay.
This is the audited position of Cocoa Board.
As at December 2016.
And a mama we.
As that would mean 1.8 billion syndicated loan.
You see, wow. One thing that you can do easily when you want to confuse people and you don't want person who didn't drop you obfuscate the issues. Mama audited account. Whether a syndicated loan, unsyndicated loan, whatever, it is inconsequential because it is valued in the total balance sheet. So whether it is part of or not, it's inconsequential for me.
Yeah, but
that is not even the discussion because syndicated loan has been a thing of old.
Yes.
And syndicated loan has really helped Ghana in buying cocoa. One crash syndicated loan. In 2023, proposals somebody called Jamaso, some cocoa syndicate, all was rejected.
Yeah.
All was rejected because Cocoa Board was getting insolvent. So they came to tell us, I feed the syndicated loan because we are going to use an innovative model to raise funds because we will not go. And I remember shouting on top of the roofs, say it is not because they are making a strategic decision. It's because they've been rejected on the market.
A necessity.
Yes,
they have to do.
You don't have any choice. And indeed, the worst of it was that they couldn't raise cocoa bills. You couldn't go to the bond market because you are insolvent. Your balance sheet no na mabubu achire wo no
was not looking good.
Balance sheet bank obi aniwa or your broker, bond broker or financial broker, an expert financial analyst I will advise you say go and buy cocoa bond. So it wouldn't have worked. Already because we are in the DDEP structure no mo move amanfo akọ. Do you know that when they did even the DDEP cocoa bills that they were supposed to pay coupon rates of about 7.5 and 8.5%. Because of DDEP, they have to move the coupon rate to 12.5%.
Okay.
12.5%. You see, this is the mess.
One other argument, Honorable Boahine.
Oh, that can be said we drew affected price. No. Okay.
One other argument, and it's when they took over in 2017, there was a drop in the world market price from a little above 3,000 to 1,000 and something. Na ihia sese na e wasan common so tebo ne so ba ban antebo ne so. How do you respond to that?
It is completely inconsequential.
Adentia.
No, it is inconsequential because at the time dollar no mu use no, they were not using the model that we are talking about, which is the FOB price. We have indexed our pricing to FOB. But what model were net FOB. It's net FOB no more they are. It is inconsequential because we are telling you say price no a fluctuating. So you must have a flexible pricing regime so that at least if for nothing at all, it works somehow along the curve.
No, but you are speaking English. You are not answering my question. My question then is say, almost you take you over in 2017, like has happened this year. World market price drop.
It's not a question, it's a statement. That's why I'm not answering.
No, maybe drop.
What catch them say? Oh, drop once a cent. I mean, can them for home?
Almost say once a son they paid.
It mean can
why are you more drop it price?
Why we are dropping the price? Yes. I have told you that the kind of burden that we have inherited from the reckless mismanagement of Boa Hedu. Yentimin kase yeja price no. And the drop that we have received is significant, such that the losses are huge. And already a collapse. Akoya se wakonya accident obi near twitwa 9 now mienu account sam mienu eno na wode ye bibia osimibu afu eyi me hu se we ne muki kame we so muki kame ti ma fase kan me twitwa agu. Will you do that? You are finishing yourself. That's the whole scenario that we are in. When I na twitwa enya fault aka wo nsam yenu eno ana wo de ye bibia wo say emu keka me etini mi twetwa no so agu then we are committing suicide.
The cocoa board you left for them no was so good to the extent so even when the price dropped in 2017
my brother
now ombetimi
numbers no dey lie. Cocoa board's financing was strong. Cocoa board was doing surpluses of 1.79 billion cedis. You know what it means in 2016? 1.79 billion cedi in 2016 when dollar was 4 cedi. You know what it means? What was Ghana's GDP in 2016?
Is it true that
Obi don't jump that may assembly assess ya me papa munati frontier and I make say 1.7 billion cedis excess na ija no at a dollar rate of 4 cedis. What do you know what the value of that? That's what we left for them. And they are leaving us a debt of 3.8 billion deficit.
Is it true that when you took over in 2025, Cocoa Board account war UK abandoned the Nijamo $500 million was our account? Is that true?
You see, say obi pese order da ona odisiviwa. Ena and some ba no tete nchen o se madansi ni wa abrochire we kra po de o mabo abrochire o se na dansi ni wa abrochire enti yenko ne yenko hwe sa sika na ewo whatever money that is in Afghanistan or UK or whatever all comes into the balance sheets of Cocoa Board. What you say? It's near Bema picture na kasa no is the balance sheet. And that's what I am showing you. So don't go back to all those things.
I'm only putting before you claims they have made. Okay. So you respond.
Yakase bank habe chesi wo de ka 10 million. We see o mi wo 2 cedi wa account mu. Etu wo 2 cedi wa account mu. Na chese one de ka 10 billion. Those are the issues. So the issues are that a Canadian decisions no so mo ye ni be criminal ama wo man no enwa kwa ahohiahiam ama ye hwii a enye yie nenti no samri yenjae ento na sawram na koko sector no enkrase e krase wan ye bebo ni din your mama time ena koko e krase ye eti ni senti no ne ese ye ne say we have to take one of the boldest decision never in the history of cocoa since the days of Tetekwasi has any government, any institution, let's go beyond Ghana. I just want you to see the state of the matter. Never in any country that trades cocoa, our more institutions and managing regulatory cocoa, do they pay over 90% of the FOB price to the cocoa farmer? Never ever. If you see that.
But government, government had no option.
But you see,
if government had paid 70%, then you'll be paying farmers about 1,500.
So now you are talking for government. Government has no option.
Yes.
So government, yes.
I'm just trying to
point out. The government has no option. Now I catch the Kriani no team and you say government has no option.
In the interview, now make us say, Omono Omako school.
All the 100%.
How do you
100%? Or no, our school no any issues. No,
would they explain that to the farmer? Say the farmers are not ready to let some of your money. Say a car near Kia and a baby about it.
One on Wako Catcher Credit say a car near Tia Winnie and I don't Mahama to so their mouth for. Now she say she call ye Yandikabia, a buy absorb she, and you're on an army responding to know. I say I buy absorb she, or more time or more absorb. That was what he was saying. They are not telling the truth to the farmer. Into the number studio, me baby and Sunny and you. So that you and I say you won't hear to Cocoa Board and I will take a decision. What decision would you have taken? Matters are man forecast. Oh, I didn't yes, you radiated Randy Akoto. Are you aware that Randy decisions or yenti only out of 580,000 metric tons na a ton, you know? 240,000 if free my almost 340,000. Sa 340,000 no ebiaka egu bama so high intimate because price necessary. It's intimate toy. Kakra na Randy Koto ye odama so no. What the $3.9 billion and the buyer 8 years Akufo-Addo life obedi president anyone here do etna Cocoa Board woman cocoa am far beyond 2 billion Ghana. The highest was in 2000 and I think 2001 or so. 1 million metric ton. That's the only time government in a contribution of $2 billion. Randy, with all this crisis, has brought in 3.9 billion with all the rollover you go to Yangiska and in the Akawa stores. And you are telling me what?
Okay, my memo satisfying now question. Which you move from the onset, say about trading now, I buy 2 options: forward sales, spot sales. The last government was heavy on forward sales. Mono take the strategic decision, say more spot sales. It's been said, say that decision, because for spot sales, you gauge the market to get price maximize or benefit. Now what on? That singular decision is because spot sales, and I create this mess at the government has had to drop cocoa prices to the farmer, because when the market was good, into more expert trading, you say it drew bullish. When the market was bullish, it drew time a year. Monton, because you were anticipating say besia kosro more and boom a drop away and I mean a bad trading choice on the part of Cocoa Board and government, and respond to that.
Absolutely not. I didn't hear. Exceedingly defective for anybody to suggest a bad trading choice.
I didn't hear.
It was a trading choice.
Yes.
But that trading choice had brought in $3.9 billion US. Ayinya says can it be that?
Yeah, but that trading choice for the first time in our history, cocoa prices has to be dropped in the middle of the
question. I know what to material into bad trading choice. So out of that choice, we had the liberty to sell only 340,000 metric tons. Me no can say you were about 100,000 metric tons or thereabout. Less granted. 100,000 tons. Yeah. Out of that 349, you turn only 240,000 granted.
Yes.
And at that choice, another 3.9 billion.
Yes.
And as you see, you cocoa ni go and cotton. We have not made loss. We still have the cocoa. And President Mahama Kacha said, Ghana and the Ivory Coast, the whole world, cocoa, you supplying in Ivory Coast and they produce 65%. The global market for cocoa is $142 billion US. 142 in Ghana GDP compared to cocoa market. And so we are seeing in Ghana and Ivory Coast and you produce 65.
65.
And the value on the market is 142 billion. Ghana and Ivory Coast are less than 2% of that. You know why?
Yes.
Because of reckless trading decisions like the other reason is we are not adding value to gain more, and that is why we get less than 1% of that 142 billion. And so to be able to do that, what do? You add value. And so President Mahama, as smart, what was your question? What was your question?
Hold on.
Trading choice. So I'm telling you why the trading choice that we did is the best.
Going to produce, selling 50% to the local value addition companies, that's a different argument. We'll come there.
It is not a different argument.
Hold on. We'll come there.
It is consequential.
What I'm telling you is, at the start of the crop season, government announced a certain price, 3,600 to the farmer. Middle of the crop season, government has had to come back to announce a reduction to 2,500. It's been argued, that move by government was necessitated because Cocoa Board in their trading decisions, rather than doing forward sales, they decided to go spot. It did not more try airtime, so many good price. In their weight, and a world market price at Tambo. And they have no option than to reduce prices for the farmer. That's the question I asked.
Okay, Obi, me blackboard one can bear me the mini blackboard. Good trading choice. Any bad trading choice. May say any bad trading choice.
Okay.
And a good trading choice.
Okay.
Because when I had 340 beans to sell, I sold 240,000 of that.
Okay.
To get 3.9 billion. Then I kept the rest of the beans, which means I still hold my property.
Yes.
I have not traded the property.
But you trade. You cannot chew the beans.
Oh,
okay,
but I will not trade at a worse price.
How?
But I will hold it. And if I'm not getting a good price, I am going to process and add value so that I would be able to multiply my price by 200%.
But the processing will not be done by cocoa.
It
will still be
But the Ghana government will get over 200% of its earnings on the value of that cocoa. Obi, a simple 1 + 1. If we process the beans that I have not sold, Unum say for every ton of cocoa that you sell at the raw beans, when you process, you are able to earn 200% of that. And that is the standard metric I use. So what we are saying is for that cocoa beans that we have not sold as a result of our strategic planning, that cocoa beans, irrespective of anything, is still worth about 200% more if we give to the cocoa processing in Ghana. And they process, sell to the market or sell to the external market. And you tell me this is a.
But if you are familiar, you are familiar with cocoa board, every year, especially during the light crop season, no? So our light crop beans always are sold.
Please, farmers. Don't let anybody deceive you.
Is that not true?
In the last 6 years, the cocoa processing factories in Ghana, they import their light crop from Ivory Coast, Nigeria,
supplementary to supplement what they get from Ghana. That's the fact.
Most of the forward sales that we have done in the past 4 years or 5 years, we have logged in the premium cocoa beans, the main crop season, and we have logged in some of the light crop seasons, and we have sent them out.
But not
that.
But so
and we know
Honorable Dr. Peter Buama Otukono.
In fact,
a Vandal Bola.
Powerful. The last 4 years. The last 4 years. All this processing. In fact, 2024. Let me stick to 2024. The data was just released by GSS. 103,000 metric tons of light crop was imported.
Yes. And when you look at
are you aware? Are you aware? CPC. All the other cocoa processing factories, most of the times they work only 4 months and close in the year because they can't get the beans, they can't get the supplies. Do you understand? That is the reality. The light crop do not go to them, and they have to take permission every time to import light crop.
Yes.
And that is making them unproductive. Last time, somebody asked me, he's a journalist, and he said, why is it that cocoa in Ghana is too expensive? Even the golden tree chocolate, King's Bite in Yamano, Yentiminto. Then I told him that when you are growing too much beans and you are still importing beans to process here, you can't expect the processor to run its overheads above and sell it cheap.
Yes.
Very expensive input cost. So overturn our body. But you see, the formula we have brought in right now, process 50% of the total cocoa value.
Yes.
The installed capacity of the processing factories is 400,000 metric tons. They don't do that.
Yes.
None of them they've not done full capacity before.
Yes.
If we are going to give them 400,000 metric tons, it means that globally, the market will short 400,000 metric tons of beans.
Yes.
Do you know the effect on the market? I am a chartered financial analyst, and I do brokerage as well, and I advise people on financial decisions. If I would advise President Mahama to make any decision, it is the best trading decision that we made last year and the decision that we have made this time around. That 400,000 metric tons.
Last year decision, man.
Oh, so now one alcohol buy. Also, your cost spot price. Your anchor forward.
Oh, so
okay. That's what I'm referring to. And so the 400,000 metric tons that we have withdrawn from the market, if indeed we are going to keep to this, Obi, we will change the market dynamics on the global international cocoa exchange, because a shortage of 400,000 metric tons on the cocoa exchange is huge. We'll see what will happen to the prices. Me, I'm predicting. I'm telling you as an analyst. The price fall is temporary. After the Ghana cocoa farmer baby did the Ghana cocoa farmer be so ya sino support in this difficult time. You have no idea, because the then say yeah, 70% and go below. It's any time decision na ye take no be affect market no. Now market no be dane. Now price no be call 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 15,000. Cocoa farmer wan e be di.
Mo beto bo na ma no 70%.
Enye cocoa farmer na be di.
Ehon bail e ko parliament.
Enye krani na be di. Yodom aye bra me ye campaign call ye konkrase kasa ye nyina ne se. Me so menim de kakra me wo no. Me de be boa aban no na aban no amagana fo adi enye sa.
Be no ye if do you as an analyst
enye if when
Osei
when babra fo
as an analyst no o share crystal ball ni ma ebo no be sen akoso
ebe kwa nchekra. Even with the market decisions that we have taken, and I've seen that Ivory Coast is moving closer to us. I mean, Ivory Coast is also converging. If Ivory Coast should decide, so Bonsu process 50%, the market is done. The market is done. I ran presidential initiatives for the president. One of the projects that I was working on was in cocoa. President said, you grow 200,000 new hectares of cocoa. And this will be like cocoa.
State-led?
Yes, state-led. And so we are running a youth in cocoa program with Cocoa Board. You develop it, 200,000 hectares in the middle belt of the country. Uti Northern Water is a belt that is not on.
But such a major and consequential initiative.
Okay. You need to look at the model first before you read meaning.
No,
before you read into the name.
Say state-led farms, I should be proper farming.
No, state-led farms will not be functional. And so this is what we have done with that model. We have invited private sector participation.
Okay.
And so the government facilitates private sector driven. So most of the investment will be done by private sector. Okay. Input cost and any money. There are only a few that
provide land.
Yes, and there are only a few that Cocoa Board will do.
Okay.
You understand? Just for also to have a model. You understand?
Okay.
But it is private sector led. But essentially the thing is to address production.
Sure.
Now, if Ivory Coast takes that decision to also process part of their cocoa. Now, yet me expand the scope. Now, you process a portion of the cocoa. It will change the entire market dynamics completely. Completely. I can tell you on authority, there's one of the biggest cocoa processors in the world that came to Ghana last year. And as if they knew that the dynamics may change under President Mahama because of our campaign. And when they saw the initiative, they said they wanted to be part. Free last year, Omar Dili Dalisa, MOU never Omar Dili Dalisa. Yeah, now so 200 now. When we finish, I'll send you.
2,000.
50%. No?
Yeah.
Now, President to call AU, our coca said we are processing 50% of your cocoa, and also sending me video. No, say we need to execute this project immediately.
Now, but
you see,
also agree
the market is going to respond, and they will respond very fast.
I get you.
And this is what is going to happen. You will see that the market will now move into Ghana for the processing in Ghana.
Yeah.
Now, when they move to Ghana to process, jobs, Abba.
But some of them
the
are
real value. Here. No, the real value, and so Abba. Some of them are already here. And so you see, it takes tact.
Yeah, but
it takes a lot to make this board.
What I am asking is, at the time Cocoa Board announced prices last year, September, Finance Minister issued statement etre Nioma aban and no be about even scholarship on person or bar for cocoa farmers and bar any other.
Nowhere
in that statement, or the shame we say you be processing 50% ewaha. What it tells everybody listening is the decision to process 50% wahano, a decision that was born out of this crisis. Cabinet emergency meeting and omobe announce it. That cannot be a reason why price drop no farmers enya. My question was say the decision to do sport and more China and a world market price a drop away no money any other option than to give farmers this price. Respond to that. You've not responded to that.
What a story way that Jenny by sea.
Maintain Jenny by sea.
A collab in the course of control exams. Na
Dr.
no Debbie Tobo na ne amana pose a composition never but no better about the journey I made by sea. And I'll call you no question I had the man no na a journey by air. One or say, okay, Metro. T. And I'll say, the journey to America was by air. So when the plane flew from Kotoka International Airport,
it passed on the sea.
On top of the sea, the plane developed a fault, and the plane dropped down into the sea. And the rest of the journey was by sea. And now
but you agree, sir. No, but you've not answered that question.
I have answered all that question. You are just choosing your own, and you are choosing your own questions and providing your own answer.
Is it true, sir, the decision to wait for a favorable time to sell on sports, and I trying a price in drop? Is that true?
No, whatever decision, you see, that's why they call them market instruments.
Yes.
So there are instruments that are available for you.
Yes.
Each of the instruments, it has its associated risk.
Yes.
So you must have the risk in mind.
Yes.
That's why in financial analysis it's called risk mitigation.
Yes.
So you must have the risk in mind and mitigate the risk. And so what I'm telling you is that the risk would have come anyway, because so far as the price was going up, it means that it could come down. And when it comes down, it means that it could go up.
In our case, we were waiting for it to go up and a bar down. So the
senior counsel Obi. Doctor So what I'm saying is the tools that are on the market, every tool has its own risk. So for every tool that you select at which point in time, you want to maximize your gains.
The gains.
You understand? So when you maximize your gains, that means that there will be times where the risk will hit in. But you must have a mitigating measure. But already in Ghana, ye cocoa issues say cocoa problem. And everybody talks about the problem. But we have not been bold to make that decision, which we know. And look, from 2023, 2024, I've always said there's an irony. The biggest irony in agroeconomic history in the world is cocoa. It's the biggest irony. The irony is that on minor produce less than 2% of it. And every international platform that I've stood on to speak about agriculture, I have mentioned this. But that means that we know the problem. But what's the solution?
The problem is to add value.
The solution is we know. So you see, it's a mitigating tool that was hanging that nobody had deployed. And so if you deploy the spot price and you now see that Trinity, you must deploy your mitigation tools. One of whom is the 50% that we have decided. Because again, if you are the biggest producer, you should control the market. If you are the biggest producer, you should control the market. And that's what everybody does. Commodity trade.
With what has happened this year, would you still advise Cocoa Board?
Readily.
Say, cost still with sports price.
Oh, no,
sports sales, no.
But why? Say, you previous, I see you. Now, I dare not drop it. And then when we say free, last week, you crab, Baby do 3,600. Who call Cotono, sport price? How do you call? So, what you do is that you must hedge. That's why in risk mitigation, we call hedging. Hedging is not forward sales.
It's a form of hedging. Forward sales is a form.
Right, it's a form of hedging, but that's not the hedge. You are not doing forward sales, so you hold. You understand? You hold the commodity and be reading the market. Then you drop it in so that you see if you can control the market. Market will pick up. Then you go in there. You understand? And so there are multiple tools that can be deployed, multiple risk mitigation measures that can be deployed. Essentially, commodity say ekuafo no yesere omo ambrasie mu. Omo nti asema yese samre adina ya no ya in their interest so that they can gain more than whatever they have earned in the history of cocoa. Because now, these are the things that you go in. Indeed, if we are able to hold 50% of our beans, we can set our own price for the farmer. We can set our own price, and we may not even be able.
The one you sell locally. No?
Yes, you can set your own price because now you are controlling the market, and market determines the price, demand and supply. You understand? And so you need to understand these things to be able to make an efficient decision, and that is what we have done. so mu tie miracle boaje mu no Randy mu nti adena se na wo mu eyebo hwi na mu di o machi
entremu Randy na wo kan ye o ka Collins o so amankwanye Randy
okay say Randy Collins o so amankwane nickname no say Randy enye Randy abe enye Randy abe
mu no obi ankofa wa no ense
we dey why ade nyimre mema oprekonam etino sa mu tie ni MPP fo no ye no ne sa ayi frakadam demonstration na omo se omo ye no ayi Polando mo ne nam a omo se omo ye demonstration ne mana they will lose something very important that they are going to get for their families and for their future for the first time obi hwe sa bo na ye de aba 2587 even so the goods and yeni now your real analysis I won't say the farmer is better off than when MPP was in power. So MPP has no moral authority. They have no moral room, moral space to do the reckless things that they are doing. In fact, me MPP near, you will not see me anywhere near radio. Me MPP near, some crisis way, and I'll wait for something else to come. The right time that I can make meaningful, sensible analysis. This time, no analysis can be done sensibly to support MPP in this time. Now. Why? Obi, 2,587. Obi a your business you want your friend input cost, and you want your friend your expenditure, and you want your friend revenue. And you want your friend profit. Near my means, I'm a boy. It no, or revenue, no, you ton at the end of scale benyano. Any input cost near scale be say, Eddie Acoton at the end, and I said, yes, Edumano. And our profit, yes, I would say, cost in the free revenue, no man on your profit, me boy. Cocoa farmer be our do cocoa, and the Kufu do not turn a fertilizer 700 Ghana cedi. Now, auto condemn 80 Ghana cedi. Where near for crown and maybe bubble bossy. Condemn fertilizer. We use and order done therefore. Minim fertilizer here will be used to the 1 acre farm, but maybe analysis be actually. Say cocoa farmer no eto fertilizer baako. No auto condemn box baako 960 Ghana. No the can 700 no where be ahe. Ebe 1660 Ghana me boa. Very good. Akufuado president Akufuado ne ba omiamo e ma no cocoa no bottle baako 3,100. Yemfa ne sesa cocoa farmer no wo de ne cocoa no enso kra enso 81 acre bia no wonya bag ba ko pewom so wonya bag ba ko pewom a na chese afi ne kwa ewe ya obetwa 3,100 cedis wa 1,660 tifuri mu na he aka he obi yama me say we de nyina ye de buru ye ho you understand I can't bear 1,440 and 1,340.
Bottom line is a farmer near better off with this.
It's no profit in here. And then your mama say, fertilizer now, or they autono or they more free. Condemn no now the goof cocoa no suno obespriama free. And our President Mahama say, Sisi a cocoa no jama answer the problems. Amabubo swing in entino. What is so about 2,587. It is aka we a ugbe unyambo bi mu aso aka no ode niam na ebrel it is a revenue na unya no 2,587 no will cost zero or revenue 2,887 or profit ya yam fa ne say sa niam ya odi bedo cocoa ni nyina no profit ya 2,587 na obi pe ebie nani ase no nti ase ye nti no o profit no yam fa ne say
in the Tobo,
obi ya Tobo. You say, there be
some debis. When I
so time on onion I odia. Me we are betting your busam sa. It will show me move on 50 and our master say. Young funny say, ya the fertilizer and the bro.
Yes.
Ya best spray so but also.
Okay.
Because abine the NAB and enough.
Okay.
Okay. It is still a so kodwa so na okotobi. Sisiano President Mahama Daruma any economy e gina yenti. Fertilizer na 300 Ghana cedi. O de kwata 350 Ghana cedi.
Aye for
4. It will tobacco o de aye self no. Condemn na 80 Ghana no. Ene condemn na 35 Ghana. Box no 420 Ghana. It no so o de aka ho. Wo kabo mu a ebe ya ahe 770 Ghana cedi. okay, it will cost of production 770 Ghana cedi. Now revenue 2,587 and 770 cost with free ma unya catch me say kweni a wodo eneno MPP aban so no ye better off than Sisia catch me
in the doc me
no obi me see me no na wa
jura is
obi answer na be busa me question
no catch farmers
no answer na be busa me question me so no me srew wo ye farmer wo betu so ne ye just answer me o de ye no to nchan kuani bia kuani kuani bia eniama mienu na ode ne koko sika ye
ode ye dey
ida se ode beto aduane ahwe na busua ana se wode ebese na afuo mu meboa afuo mu de na maye no nti yamfa ne se wode hwe na busua na ebi aka na ode asidan ana meboa se food clothing and shelter nti no de bi to aduane a ode beto atare na ode bi asidan
no the be at electricity bill the be at water bill.
Oh, you're lovely. Yeah, this is here. Meaning, the audio honor na banti abeko. Yes, this is here. Adiane say, Edriane no better no. Ghana for per more pa.
A more boa for.
A more boa. First near 700 Ghana. Okay. And then more 300, 350. 80 no. Sam yeri. Say offer 2,587.
Yes.
Now what the kotomo and Kufuado ebra normal 3,100 no. Na unya emo no
5 kg no.
5 kg no unya 4 bags.
Okay.
And no 25 kg na mede ye no.
Okay.
25 kg.
Okay, the same 5.
The same 5.
Okay.
Akufuado time na unya 4 bags.
Okay.
And sa sikana ye de ma 2,587 no. Ye tuawa se o de kwa kohwe abusu akoto aduane a otomo a obenya 7 bags. Se ye wo a obetusu 3,100 and also obetusu 2,850. Enu koda nchen a obi se eyewo
yes
na uko sidan wato aduane ama wato ntos wa bibia amodidi ni aka obeso odi sidan na obeto cement ni edi sidan anwa de nka obetutu bu ofitire kra na watwa wa blocks cement ebra na akufo ado wo normal 3,100 cement bag no na 120 Ghana. In fact, baby crowd ho na 130. Me area ho no mo. Tashi number 1 na me turn 130 Ghana.
Okay. Na de hin bia.
I think say omu change it sometime Dangote. They never supply gas. They never supply gas. But even they say 120. Na do one turn 120.
That's fine.
Sa 3,100 na President Akufo-Addo de ma no. Na ukoto cement a. Osika na kana ukoto cement no benya 25 bags.
Okay.
And then near tia pansam na ajensam na ama buy no aloki awate so no
2,500
na oma 2,500 no ukoto cement na 75 Ghana enti no utimi to cement no 34 bags obi ya wo a na obechu so you see until we do the real analysis for the people to understand people like Miracle Abuaje and Poyanomo will deceive everybody and they will get the farmers to lose what is so priceless for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, the farmers should know say 2,500 no papa saying 3,100.
I want them to understand say in real terms nominally the brony free be nominal and real and also they be by net and gross enemy no into gross and nominal. It's net benefit of the farmer right now.
And no 2,500 better.
Which one roughly is over 50% far better from all the analysis that I've done. Over 50% far better than near MPP for the moment. So in real terms, the farmer is gaining. But you see,
now
I was very excited. I told you some Prekonam because Ubusa very wonderful question. Saint John Wako School. Wonim dear teacher ni atro akire na de wa pass exams no wa gi certificate now wonim sa ne ma we nyina no te ase no on kire kruani no da kruani no eyema no
okay because you know sir you cannot also gaslight kruani no in the won't mean kwakire kruani no de eyema no kruani na nim de eyema no
na enye no muye na ni omu ka kire kuafo no e ka kire kuafo no can gaslight them so ka kire me aka mu say they should stop gaslighting the farmer.
Do you think they are?
Yeah.
Are you not rather the one gaslighting
exceedingly
them? But you are telling them,
explain to me why. Explain to me why.
Times better.
No, I've told you why they are gaslighting them. Tell me why you think I am gaslighting them. What is it?
You are telling them, sir, in real times, no. I was say omoji 2,500. I know you're saying 3,000.
Obi, and now what hey, we pay our wages. And Tony Amado do what first, no. So what are you telling me? So what is gaslighting? It is real. It is the net effect of the economy.
That's fine.
You understand? What is gaslighting? Gaslighting is going to lie to the person. So the nominal figures that they are earning is better than the real figures that is benefiting their family.
No, that would be propaganda. Gaslighting is letting the person know, say, what you are feeling.
No, gaslighting, no.
I am telling you what you are feeling.
No, gaslighting, that's not the meaning. Go to your dictionary. Gaslighting, your friend gaslighting, they say, will be a crazy.
You are telling the person his reality.
No, pajatum now at Quadino, Agensem, it's in the Bofu, and I would be Kaho. That's gaslighting. You have to go here. Gaslighting in essence. No, gaslighting in first principle is deceiving somebody and adding insult to injury. Basically,
gaslighting is the practice of psychologically manipulating someone that be into questioning their own sanity and their own memory. You are telling the person what he is feeling, rather than the actual feeling or no feeling.
But so what is Miracle doing?
What do you think he's doing?
He's telling them that 3,000 2,500 yate value so it means nothing. Yes, and I make a say in real time. Yes, no.
Anytime people are saying
so they are playing psychological game on the farmers. And now, when you say farmers, so no sabium prediasa, a bin soon to mean immediate analysis. So they are psychologically trying to play on their minds. And so they are gaslighting. What I'm telling you is the reality. Uko jamanswa, emo ya tona he. Cement ya tona he. Fertilizer ya tona he. Condemn ya tona he. It is their reality. They know. So sometimes, if you don't allow some of this truism to go to the farmer will now be susceptible to gaslighting, like the MPP is doing. Okay. And that's why I'm in the studio today.
Dr. Peter Boama,
to quench their gaslight.
Oh, wait, too much. Director Presidential Initiative in Agric and Agribusiness, Office of the President. Wish you very, very
let's have time and discuss Agric broadly.
Let's
look into I want the nation to look into the eyes of President Mahama and see what President Mahama is seeing, so that as a nation we can work together. It's the best way to do policies. Get the people to go with you. If you journey with them, you never get it wrong. If you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, you go together. So let's find time and have a conversation.
We deal with the presidential initiatives now for how it will benefit the Ghanaian people. Dr. Peter Boama Tukono and the training Kano Vandal Bola and the Nipa Bibrina and the Efreno. Oh, you're brutal. After this short break, Collins also am quiet. Nase Nana ya jam to our ex. Nase yeah, bus is here. Opposition in opposition.
Motor insurance ayentem ema wotoso na enya wo mo wani tutunka wonsam ahohiahia mu say a comprehensive motor insurance, third party fire and theft and a third party nkoa Provident Insurance ni wani daso every January kosi March sa wo insurance wo ye ho ana o renewal ye chawfu coupons and branded souvenirs kama enhihye kakra wo ho Provident Insurance branch bia ana ye agency outlets obetumi so call license broker bia ho wo penchiremu bia for 050-937-4928 and providentgh.com. Kaisa we yankon kwe be here Ghana card and adwuma ko so be here 10 number. Send NIC nhye
with Provident Land, you're covered.
Kuma eda yesi wanyina ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusu yeda yesi hu adwumanti. Ni sika na ocommand wo Ecobank mobile app so.
Operation Supply Aketia. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Accra Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda, ope extra control no witumi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center activate virtual card protocols. Letria sneakers ni t-shirt leather coats no die. Abort mission.
Trese, General Adakrano. Na standing orders with any bill so. wa Ecobank mobile app so no ubetumi akomande musika de didwa wa Ghana ni abebrem aman eduesa mensa so. Download the Ecobank mobile app or Play and Apple Store and Nayara.
By the left, about turn.
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Ecobank, Enfreo, Ana Enseno SMS, Misa wo PIN, OTP, bank card, Ana Ghana card, Hwa Samo da.
Samisoria no pa. Kel Chaco toothpaste na me de twitwi missing. And mommy confidence. The money na.
Se wushia ama na me sifit guso na mesrea. Yo wawahu. Me de Kel Chaco toothpaste. Ene twitwi missing. Oba de ni pa e wo bidi mu no. Ene e dia ye Kel Chaco toothpaste. E boy sin ho ban. E free mwa e boy sin mu tokro. E si ahye ene enumunka. Sure say amani Kel Chaco toothpaste so nie. Yet center for.
Me de magical Chaco toothpaste atubu. Me use na no pa. Ya na dwa me koda no. E ma me sinye fita. Confidence level kwaso. Enti bi na ma da me si 32 ni na guso.
Enkane no ania maame num di bidie twitwiri yense no asanya bebie mu o bidie wo Kel Chaco toothpaste mu no MSC efita emana hoden ne sayi nkabia ma wonum ye hwam enunti mo amonom coffee wine any tobacco e kamo seso no abama mo Kel Chaco toothpaste sankofa yenchi
Kel happy smile
FDA adi ejodi nkrato ya tomo
Syntax Tango Syntax if you want quality, this be where you belong. Syntax, pay it off, very strong. Oh, gonna shout and sing the song. When the sun they hot, Syntax no break. When the rain they fall, still no shake. Builders they choose and plumbers they prove. And many projects you they start. Syntax African Queen.
Enti sa wo to mackerel aye waduane a na wato African Queen mackerel na wacha wenum keke lampankwa.
Listen up, Ghana. This month of love, Max by Ghana isn't just showing love, we are giving it away. Savals Dewi, you watch it bibrebe ma wakoma abo priprim. Buy any ITEL TV and walk away with a free Yam phone. Grab Techno Common 40 and Infinix Hot 50 and enjoy a massive 150 cedis discount on each purchase. Auto Techno Common 40 ana and for 49 cedis eka ho nenya the latest Techno smartwatch WO3. Beto refrigerator na for 400 cedis per eka ho nenya powerful 2000 watt Benaton stabilizer. Obi bi oba beto adie bia ye wo free chocolate wo homa. Max Buy showroom bia wo maimu baby. Max Buy, let's share the love. Frey, it was 054-401-9552.
I'm feeling so good in the new day. It's our 25th anniversary, hooray. Powerhouse show law, you go groom, what you say? 25 years and still rolling, hooray. So we'll be in with night as drive our powerhouse. And one of you use trot drive and the powerhouse. And one of you use police, nurses and doctors, doctor powerhouse. And one of you use the market women and the farmers, farmer powerhouse. And one of you use.
Hooray! Powerhouse is 25 years and still rolling. Try out our exciting new Gold Rush variants today. Powerhouse, strong all day. Keep out of the reach of children. This advert is FDA approved.
1xBet, odds ni doso na wudi so a yetua sika no tentem. Any day bia gudi ahodo bi. Ko 1xbet.com.gh website and app so use promo code GHDRAM. Never 300% welcome bonus. Ekopem 5,500 Ghana cedis. Gambling when you true inti twa no wahwe yemu. Enye ma wona won di mfie du mochi. Gaming Commission agin krato yatum.
African Queen
Deep pepper perko. Na didi prepo. Enti sa wo to mackerel aye waduane a na wato African Queen mackerel na wacha wenum keke lampankwa.
Adechie bia ni munsem simane tonhwere bia nso ne ne esisi e wa manyosam ne dada setena mu na saye den sam no topa maso tu ne sere ne abasa ne ye pisa ne se ekosisen e we ekosisen dwumadie so e wa Asempa FM so
Acquiring a new presidential jet is not off the table completely.
Oh, it can never be off the table, except that when you get to the point of making that decision now, you consider all factors in terms of cost-benefit analysis.
It's a media propaganda, no? Cosmetics, artificial. Now, as a gas, you make up so that then it's your bano beer, baby, since you only sincere when you who change Halloween Kakamoto. It is sunny economy, no? Since you only German talkers here, and on the reality.
Baby, a man, a baby, says, the man was a certain Cassia, man, Penina, the addition inside. What the other fan, baby, are gonna be for the base.
The ban was a facade. It was a charade. But we can say a ban, no more man for concession. She wouldn't move yet. Kennedy Japan said it.
Ekosiise Obi.
Medidi Osei Bonsu from Obi, Siami award-winning socio-political talk show Ekosiise so Monday to Friday, 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Na yenhwɛ and ansɛm be kwa akosi. Meni omo ekabia ewom, ne oman yi mu mpanyimfo si nkonwa adwendwen oman Ghana ho. Eye Ekosiise wɔ Asempa FM so, ma yenhyia.
Kuma eda yesiwa nyina ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusuri eda yesiwa adwumanti. Ni sika na ocommand wa Ecobank mobile app so.
Operation Supply Aketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Crack Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda, ope extra control na wetimi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center. Activate virtual card protocols. Nitria sneakers ni t-shirt. Leather coats no dear. Abort mission.
Trese, General Adakrano. Nani standing orders with any bill so. Wa Ecobank mobile app so. Ubetumi akomande musika. Die didya wa Ghana ni abibrem aman edue sa mensa so. Download the Ecobank mobile app or play ana Apple Store. Neyara.
By the left, about turn.
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Ecobank, enfreo ana enseno SMS, emisa wo pin, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card huwa samo da.
Africa Queen Tea,
Deep pepper perco. Didi prepo. Enti sa wo to mackerel aye waduane a. Na what Africa Queen mackerel. The way chawe no mu keke. No pankwa.
Amrana so ye betie professor. Ike Wallace.
Sports night. That tonight's gonna be a good night.
Ampa, tonight is going to be a good night. Midi and the Professor E.K. Wallace. Betredwoma, the sports night bro. Yehunya mukakra. Fi adwada kopim ya wo de biano from 7 to 8:30. Our Asempa 94.7 FM so. The sports night bro. Ma wodo apiepie mu our Ghana gudie mu. Ene amano ne die nyina bro. Afei so guest air spotlight e dia bro. Discussions are emu do ane de bro. Eno achi no, yes the expert interviews. Inti alaje wo support ore akujofianu.
100% I mean I'm very vice chairman.
Sa committee na mo de betu curtain no ka na be vice chairman.
Yes. I think catch football any
Money All Stars. Wangasa wada fupa ne boboko na mo de epem so.
More than that for miaru. Dia hade o mini akitiwa me majiwe ye duwa na mi dia man.
Jora Jordan Aglan samo ka se ene no beje fmu sem na omba mu fie wa na omo de achemu kwa no.
You no so ka sa ye den ya. Football is not like that.
Every 1 minute bia no na interviews no etwagu. Afei so kwa no. Betting fantasy corner. Eno hyehyɛ so kokko ebetia boa na guide o. Na wetime twa better. Obetia di ne befu. Ebie pro de ato. Ama wo a wotie me no so. Wo do adwenkyerɛ atua sa ba.
Hello, wale.
Hello.
Jennifer, Matay.
Hey, Jennifer. Una.
Davi Mindae.
Hey, Jennifer, obekumi o.
Wale, a drum na to dia is like what baby abo so unda ya ni so hinanda. We here crusade wo kromo ade bereje.
Sports night, I watch night. Bomo dia da. Baby awo Ghana fanani wi ase afana nya. Text messages na ekwanda ho for WhatsApp comments ni bejan. Ko YouTube so, our Asempa 94.7 FM so. From 7 to 8:30. Fi adwada kopim ya wo da bia no. Our Asempa 94.7 FM so no. Yeah, the sports night, bro. Sports night, a good year nkwa.
Electrical appliance bay na wopato. Say your mobile phones with say Nokia, Samsung, Infinix, any phones are nyina. Smart TVs, air conditioners, chest freezer, double decker, tabletop fridges, and a washing machine, microwaves, blenders, CCTV camera, and engineer called Franco Electrical Appliances. Durable and very energy efficient. What sounds what it bonus so Bura branch beer benwo Nekwaji Electrical Appliances. Papa nani buofu every Franco Anafre 0246 422 338 and 0555 939311 and www.francotrading.com. Now to add your online ubetmenya up to 40% discount. Electrical appliances papa ifi eye bako pe eye Franco.
Hello, Ghana. Are you ready for the Joy News Impact Makers Awards 2026? The time is now. Nominations are officially open. Yes, who is that community hero in your corner? Who is that selfless individual bringing hope, dignity, and smiles to your community? Do you believe he or she deserves a national or even global recognition? Then don't wait. Send us a link or short videos and pictures showcasing the works of your impact maker, together with a one-page write-up detailing how this ordinary person is making life better for you and your community. Email your nomination to impact.makersawards@myjoyonline.com. Remember, it's strictly one nomination, one entry per person, so make sure the nominee is your best. Nomination closes on 28th of February 2026. This is your chance to put the spotlight on a community champion making real impact. Don't miss it. Join News Impact Makers Awards, celebrating ordinary people making extraordinary impacts.
Hello.
No, it's a
Boko.
Okay.
Try hold on, my main checking message in bra. Yeah, Medi. Medi ABC game. Me try 1,000 Ghana. Me let us two above. And Medi 5,000 Ghana cedis. Dial star 262 hash. Selected 3 letters BR to say KBW and I say WIN. Nasa ye boba bano. Nasa wapani bibwa. What disika? Se nina bombo dia. What disika kesi kra? Game radio. There is no loser because Uchano wendi kra 10% cashback. Yeti wadi ebamao. Resu wakati me. Geli kra machemi. Obi trade diska kra bomsudre. ABC game. Eye easy to say ABC. And kratway NLA Ajiatu. What characters platform also.
Imagine making or collecting all payments without leaving your chair. Sounds like magic, right? Nah, it's Stanbic Pay. From school fees to utilities, government and statutory payment to investment, insurance payment, Hajj payment, and more. Just log on to Stanbic Pay.
Cherish your time and live happier in safety and convenience.
Just visit stanbicbank.com.gh or call 030-340-9212 or 055-676-0683 to get started.
Bono nsia kwesi non krompa imu anopa bia adwoda kwesi fieda aso nyina tie station baako tie program baako e Asempa FM so the ultimate sports show. The ultimate sports show. Bia fagu kansie ho e wo fie ani amanone sa obetia timu nchiremu yia. This is the show. Big interview bia story kesi bia e ha na obetene we sanse the biggest sports show in Ghana.
Otoado is our coach. People to all of a sudden talk about the future of a coach that has qualified you to the Mundial. I mean, we are kidding in this country. Ghana for DNF. What do we want? What goes into our... Sorry, but DNF.
There's no player in this Ghana footballer was sacrificing. In the history of the Black Stars, I don't see any player. When you talk about sacrifices, I know what I'm talking about. Sometimes, nipa does any regret it. You have to just move on with your life.
Moamuka, and I believe say Biaswajiatu, the headquarters of sports.
The ultimate sports show.
Abusha for me dindi obin kwaku Andy Dodora Femi Papa Maestro the Supremo. Me na me di dwumadi ho chiame. Se metina makonya kese enu mu a bia nsem no wo bia. Me ne mabadwafo domasuko kano said ye tie. Eye dwoada kopim fiada 6 to 9:30 am. Mayenhia.
Aha! Afei ne fieda nwumraya de. The ultimate sports station Asempa 94.7 FM. If you did, if you did, yes, switch it goes on for fraud. Can you switch it? around the world of sports. Weekend games, in-depth preview and analysis. Nayama will have betting odds for the weekend. And
I love it. Money love. Money love.
Show Prep Zone. Every day, 7 to 9:30 p.m. Don't miss the show. Hashtag Prep Zone.
Sasso, come tonton preco. Sasso, come tonton preco. Edana drumming every session. Yeah, how can see all in my baby? Minya me phone and me sasso spray. Every mosquito standing run away. Come tonton preco. Sasso, mi se come tonton preco. Come tonton preco. Sasso, come tonton preco. Nani sham ne die demo stronko.
This advert is FDA approved.
Kuma eda yesiwa nyina ne se obeye military commander.
Attention! Eyes right. Stand at ease.
Ogusuri eda yesiwa adwumanti. Ni sika na okomande wa Ecobank mobile app so.
Operation Supplier Ketria. Dispatch Sika 1,000 units via Crack Benin in 10-10-10.
Etoda, ope extra control na witumi ato enyama ohia pe.
Mobile app command center. Activate virtual card protocols. Nitria sneakers ni t-shirt. Leather coats no die. Abort mission.
Trese, General Adakrano. Na ni standing orders with any bill so. Wa Ecobank mobile app so. Ubetumi akomande musika. Die didya wa Ghana ni abibrem aman eduesa mensa so. Download the Ecobank mobile app or play an Apple Store. Neyara.
By the left, about turn.
Ecobank, the Pan-African Bank. Ecobank, enfreo ana enseno SMS, emisa wo PIN, OTP, bank card, ana Ghana card huwa samo da.
Asempa FM.
Arriba! Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Ekosiisen, Asempa FM. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode desempanabo. Obi nebado, biba, obibo, obiba, ode desempanabo. Obi nie, ekosiisen nie. Bonsu awo Asempa de brane mamba obi som
Masomo Asempa 94.7 FM Ekosiisen dwumedie no asuguso awutie na ma yenam wase adofonom na yemamu nyina kwaba ensan famomra Ekosiisen dwumedie yi eso medin di Osei Bonsu me ka say Honorable Collins owusu amankwa atenase obeboayen me ye discussion segment no abramo Franco Trading Osei a phone papa fee ena ebis gold ena aboayen se yemfa discussion segment no emremo enti Honorable Randy ewa na oko University of Ghana Legon oko Menchia North obia friend say Randy wabe cancer ewa say Randy akwaba na tesen
yania lawyer
na bibia yeboko
nyankopon wadom
Edanyame ase papa na Menchia North ehoye
nyankopon wadom Menchia North there peri na obi ehwehwe wo ho
okay
ti say brace mu no peri no omonsa beka ai de metimi aka for now no
Edanyame ase na national organizer dream ne da so wo ho
say both
both
at the constituency and also at the national, because pressure never so.
Hey,
especially pressure coming from my constituency no anodin they miss me yes they feel that Juma Maye no obientimi emaye bintwa musa until they still need me ntiama contemplating exactly
and is you are still in the decision making way.
No, on say party people no feel that at the national level no with my experience. I mean from grassroots when it comes to operations, security, communication, they feel that
the national level.
And at the same time no constituents also feel that look MP no na mention enough dinner wo baby
yes
and the kind of development Yankopon wadom the bawura ho through MPP aban no ntino they still feel that there be papa no was say obana obeto aso what you say
yes
because na me wo major projects bi ame ya ni nyina aka nwuram big library na me see library wo ayi so I'm around about maybe interchange in the na me see library
I hold na yanda mention no
okay and ultramodern hospital so na me see ni oduase initiative including bungalows for midwifery nti ni nyina kam and they feel that sir apart from akwan mention of akwan nyina amwakwata daroma na me ohwema ye nyina ma me o in fact I brought total transformation to the area. So people were shocked, say, make co-election, then I lost by 4 votes at that time. So they feel that there be Papa way, one met one vision as well. And course never neso. I'm telling you. Course never free whole ban.
A dorsal.
So I'll take a decision.
Okay.
I'll take a decision.
Whether to come national and also to go back to the constituency.
Yes.
Very well. Ekosiisen in the Collins who was Mankwana Moten Kano or a former member of parliament Menchia North constituency, and whilst in parliament he was privileged to be part of the ECOWAS parliament as well. Juma, on behalf of the Republic of Ghana. In the NA Waba or Babe Boyame, the discussion segment, Abremanyon on Kwaye name say all the way from the Jubilee House, the seat of our nation's presidents, Naya Chempem Jantua Ebabekayen, so also a presidential staffer, and she is in charge of energy and green transitions. Inti or share
additional portfolio the amano
sir unse presidential staffer be no specific role into
the energy and green transition
maminya full into presidential staffer in charge of energy, green transitions and public utilities.
Oh, I see.
So
on the utility PRC
or PRC board names
so that's
so on the board into
a board member.
Yes. PRC.
And also a staffer in charge of energy and green transition
and a public utilities. Onyeni paketwa.
Ntina wonke bi mako kwakwa afoi.
Aden.
Fe na mate ade na se. Me nim se obetuma kokoduro enne no aza beka bi dia. Okay. What they be in the studio.
Na enne no say at least utie Dr. Peter Boama Otukono. Baby of free, baby of baby. I mean, objectively, you don't think a buying decisions has been one in the interest of the farmer and the country at large?
Oh, Obi, I'm Chavinia, Moses Abo,
sure.
Baby Abo, be a Michano.
Yes.
Salamicha, Deputy Director General.
Okay.
CID.
Okay.
Commander Broker.
Okay.
The Commissioner.
Okay.
Deputy Commissioner.
Okay.
Yes. Michiano. Obi. No crane. Emra mitie Dr. Peter Otukono Boama. Niama mi no. Dedi kan mi yamo shime. Yamo shime na. The tosu mi no so me ho say adwire me. Isan say ohwe ensem oba be kan ye na no kro ni say wa manka beboa.
Sa
wa beje niam bia atum wa ha nti ama debate na ni ada ho. About the issue of spot price
there no.
Yes. They said wa ma ye say
a binding decision.
A binding policy.
Yes.
Only equiafo edibedi juma. Teach you a cocoa sector.
Yes.
So I'm happy. So what babe admitted again. Because all the while no NDC trying to dilly-dally about this very issue. Omo position ye. Because you better compare policies. Now you hear the friendly to cocoa farmer.
Cocoa farmer.
What you say?
Yes.
Because me over the years nankasa me were major concern about operations of cocoa board. And now we asa babe boom. Until the me hunu ni say NDC. They said they not otuko no can hey. Clearly, ohe ma encounter obebu ye na because na onse na brofo doors kakra. Nti me ya sure say bia ensem na bia kwafo no person mo tin pa bebre kwentiment ase. Good. Encounter no so obabe no dia na mo friend no voodoo economics no. Ebi no be ye.
Sir. Oh.
Yes.
Real sector analysis no.
No.
The real income of the farmer.
No. Your voodoo, and you see, say the moment I think NDC must compare their own policies and programs than to just oppose with that of MPP. Abasadia, they will lose the debate outright. Because one, price ayeka ho asem no, enya 3,001 asem na yeka.
Okay.
We are talking about 3,600.
Yes.
As against Atiaba. Exactly.
Okay.
So it will be disingenuous on his part to sit here. No, I can't call fat Nanado. And we also know baby and Nanado be free. No, the Coco Gina.
Sure.
It's only under ND and economists. NDC or more economists or more and na Sika 3,500. Eya ketwa than 2,500.
3,100 eketwa than 2,000.
Oh no, but there be what I'm saying is last year they say
3,600.
Exactly.
Yes.
Eti mo ma ye debate no. Ekuafo no na eka say oh if nothing at all kra na baby a fayekosi baby a na do ja yen ho no. No nche say ho na ade ne wo.
Okay.
One man haircut almost 30% of export price. Okasa is a joke. Kuania o de corner na do de kra no ane enkonto bebu ye no. Se otenasi ya. Se na do time na ye toss cement. One bag 100 cedis. Ghana sika dada no 1 million. Na se oti cocoa bag baako. Na do abreso no. Ye man 3,100 31 million no. Okoto cement bag na obeto mako de 31.
Yes.
Ma menya 100 cedi. Because ya no mo kan o se no okoti bi obo cement bi o ka say almost cement in he couldn't mention because na propaganda na oye. Yes. And yamfa no say cement na wo kan makoto diamond cement 90 cedi.
O se cement 75.
Nya no kre. It depends. No nko an no ye dan ho adwuma. Me ye dan ho adwuma ne bi. Nti minim cement bo and na nye obi an pay cheap things. It's about the quality of cement how this you dan. What did they make no? So 90 cedis. And ne under John Mahama. Say akuani no. Say otip cocoa bag baako. Na o money 2,500 25 million na. Na ko cement bag 90 cedis a. Obeto dodo sen. Obetimi aboa ho. Obeto dodo sen.
20, 28, 29.
Exactly. So nana do de no cha no is still better off than the Mahama de ma wo mu sesi. So how do you say under NDC no their condition of living no better off than under NPP? It's only Otukono Vandabola and a betimi ababa yes bogus mathematics we e ofia say. Na me say mathematics ya me hu say NDC aban tiri mo den me hu bi da. Boni yankasa wo mutim because we kwa mo de farmers ne e fa so na e kwa mo de cocoa farmers ne e fa so e okrom ha no emu oya na mu wi amasa beke kan brofo abeyen contact ye kese cocoa farmer no ono de oni adwene enti no wo pese o kire ne se sika 3600 no eye keto chen 2500 abai ni kese no respect for a poor farmer. No respect. At least they should credit them with some level of intelligence kakra beboa. And then abai ni timenya humble enough to apologize to cocoa farmers in this country.
Na sa abai na catch o say the price a farmer benya wa ha no a function of the world market price, and world market price not drop into they
should spare us with this bogus explanation. And the unique romuha and fuel prices,
yes,
echo
yes,
at the international market,
yes,
$121 per barrel. Now unique romuha external shocks, including world market price of fuel. So echo no and this is for catcher say we should spare them. Nana mama ba na koko ebuana mo beto ye no wanya bia ma wase nya mo ne kron mo mate so na mo make reference to say world market yati bibizo ho. They should spare us. We don't even want to hear say world market asem no.
Oh how?
Ya mfa nya adwuma okrom ha bio. Because e ba sa dia na Ghana fo ne MPP fo ani ne ye. Say ye beji NDC. Sir, world market explanation we have to move there. Then Ghanaians were not fair to new patriotic parties government. Because cannot. And autocracy can say, oh, Ukraine, a Russian war, any Israel, Palestinians, Iran, no. Umpo, we are living in global world. We are not living isolated when I say Ghana and Kenya. Enti ekato asebina akanenti. Dia ekoso no yenyansunsan so wo ha. Post COVID economy obi anim. World economic recession eba wiase. Germany close to 70 years na omo inflation rate no omo witness bisa da. US and other countries more than 4 decades. Na Ghana ye record 54%. Now kasa US import world biggest economies are suffering. And saying the US na babedo catch say we should spare them na America any Germany for mon come asem na Ghana yes we Ghana for. Now you want to tell me say cocoa price at the world market ya teso nti u ba be catch o dey be justify say what you can afford there so who time the engine too but under MPP there na sa explanation you bogus. And what kind of logic is this? Entino susukuru a wodi susu eno na ejane di besusu ama. Aba ye de botechi ye de beboban. Na said ya ba we de boban we no. Ah, ponkodu akramfa no. Said ye besi ya point this fuachi wo kromo ha no. I'm telling you. Omontena ye. Obi, me say woma adwene ye omo say oma betu mfutra gu amanfo ani eno ntino oma ba befa konwa no afa no omo betu mrade ena chese se ora mahama se oye cocoa farmer cocoa fo no dahene
o so say 50 acres
o maye hu ba bia cocoa no maye hu no se akate asiso a I want to see the cocoa farm no ba bia o te dem eche eno achi no ye condition of services a odem o man panyina sem na ye kan bibia wonya ne free. Ordinary cocoa farmer now one man haircut 28% no is suffering. Wo sebi o man panyini woni wo appointees mo fly first class business class mo wardrobe mo aye ma bibia o man no na afa ho ka okona NDC for asu aduane asi ho na kohwe nam eguso a then you tell you say taxpayer is suffering in this country. Oti de meche no eti mo yesa niema we nyina ewie obi mo ye niema we nyina ewie na ye kan na mo sa ba betena e ba be ka kire yen say oh and you empathize, you sympathize with farmers. You are not being truthful. Sika na mo tie so cocoa board no sa 20% executive there management
executive management
and senior staff
senior staff
yes I'm saying you bear for 5 million cedis. I think around 5 million.
Sana PR na Babeka.
And he says,
but no senior staff on so
almost
say they were not consulted.
Yes. And the nature say, ya 2 woman na yenyanti omo. Na ye 2 almost can call him. Who watches the watchman? Scano. Yeah, they say come back to consolidated fund ni mo na say. Yeah, ti dia yeden. Yeah, the common farmers na.
No.
Omo dia yeden.
I say cocoa board and so they be here omo other liabilities like contractual liabilities omo no dey be here.
Mami ka say Montreal cocoa board. Oh share revenue distribution of sir cocoa pricing aye kan ho asemi. 70% goes to cocoa farmer no and your farm gate price.
Yes.
Cocoa board keeps 30%. It's not a small money. It's a big money.
And some your mom dey so
and your mom dey no den almost logistics, transport, export cost, research, and administrative and disease control, ne quality control. Obi kan nyina bom ne hwe sika ekọ honya nkwada sika. We are talking about 100,000 of metric tons of cocoa assemblieka. The money a cocoa board ani nyina echi no. Omo pese omo ka kire yen se eka ene niema na eho no e kire se cocoa board needs total overhauling. Onim say omo structure in such a way say kriani no de na ho den wo team fifiri na order no ono on ton cocoa ema cocoa board. They don't say directly to cocoa board. Obi play agency role. Licenses by companies are there. Omo never to free poor cocoa farmer. No omo no. Enti no owi a mo so de akwa koma cocoa board. Na cocoa board are exporting akoton na manone. Omo tete ho no. Omo nyeska chen omo de omo we de edo cocoa no. I'm telling you. Na se enyansafo atena se ehunu se dabi. A matter of strategy ya debate media manage cocoa economy in this country. Ne senti no sabi ye say ahohinti na eja more. Ye jitu mu say Ghana ni Cote d'Ivoire ewiase nyina amanya ye produce cocoa ye ni Cote d'Ivoire kwa produce 60%. Yes. It tells you say ye jina yi ye manage niema yi a eni kwan senka cocoa farmer ye poor. Now business as usual otuko not have vandabola hwe oti ekon yi muso wen fifra na ete no oko nyina no ne hanki no afose twon oti dem eche because of entro obedienti me meti yan fifra bi teme hwe fifra te no a no odete ha. Oh, because a juma na wo ye na ye juma den man. Because our conscience or jitum pass a voodoo analysis na wo ye no just to play on the intelligence of the ordinary cocoa farmer. Say na be ya obe bring ni so na on tishe una be catch cocoa farmer ni say we are better off under Muhammad than the Kufado. Now obi enti wo hwe cocoa sector no say de ehun hyehyɛ ye etie na obi atenase said there be because of say bibia betimi yesi. And don't forget what is happening at the world market too.
Yes,
this trade war koso nkrofo no money nkete say you know aduani no China for asem na making o money abere den akoko no mo produce bi sese.
Yes,
gidi. And mind you, Russians will not buy from Africa. They prefer buying from South China for no bad anymore. No. What you say? Because now Europe is shifting to a China. Osha the UK 4 year ye near the Why we American allies biano? They want to treat you as an enemy through trade war. Enti sesi amene wo kase no. Cocoa price at the world market. That's what start to be.
Sure.
enti ye betena ho saa kase so te a ye beti ekuani die so ene se bedru baabi no enye appealing to even the young generation.
So as I can say omode emrabeba parliament na Oma lock in 70% of the FOB to the farmer. Inti price be on the world market be 70%. They say so tia baby baba be do no 70% the beko farmer now.
Now any the current arrangement difference by any
yes we know
because the current arrangement
this one
the poor farmer is entitled to 70% of the export price.
Yes.
That is the farm gate price. Yes. So then retention is 30% to a cocoa board.
Yes. But it has always not followed Sawin. Sometimes it's me drop about 63.
I catch you for you man I stand with a poor farmer. What is the mechano? Yes. Enti a kwaya yedi omo fasono emu oya pa o hwe demonstration omo ye na NDC for ne se sere omo na ye me ya wo hwe chesem penimfu omo ne afi na na me ra ho me hwe TV a me hwe nkrase no sabi na ene me ra ho pa me ene me hwe din na wo
demonstration na
yes na me ra ho say to man panyini pa what me akọ only a minister responsible for finance. What me akọ ekuafo ye ni maka kire o say yen NDC for ye ba mo ade ne de be call more than 6,000 amamo per bag also the be call 6,000 ni 6,000 we nya o half of it cry we nya what is why the about 2,500 and Dr. Otuko Notiha afede de Empire Ghana ban airborne ti wo fra sofo ni nyina ne say monsisa agricos for adwene mayen ene me ne wo kasai omo ye cost say obi anfa ne yam ntomo omo ma omo adan Ghana for kosisa agricos for avoria authorities for adwene se ne ebe ya pricing no mo de be buy no ebe ye competitive to that of Ghana. Baby a yadru no baby a yadru sesia me ne wo kasai owura mahama ban went to omoko ho atwea mountains ko bompa ye se ne be ya se Cote d'Ivoire front so to avoid smuggling of cocoa. We now my bow we want to add value to ye be ye processing ni nyina ye kasa so ye mframa ni nyina ye kasa sa spot price policy and as a program no person more running it there any Asempa ba wo say aban no sheda any a minimum guarantee price bia a stable e be do away with uncertainty within the cocoa economy there any say there yawu because from the look of things mama ki be say what is happening at the world market is not a joke. And he said, I buy no one she share for Fruby. Say your fee said, dear, you bet me dear year. Because you say, Bequi din fatana kono all over the world, or maybe a war. And or maybe a synonymous with a particular item be an answer product be. Pachawati say, and no, and a man no dance. Or my bro, and the answer or no tomatoes. Or might be the hour and say, no, udia a apple. Or might be the hour, no, so ne the hour and say, o to gold. Yen dear a cocoa gold. And no enemaya hoden in the scheme of world economy. And to say, yeah, but now, I'm a cocoa, which is the backbone of our economy out of Omwa. Obi, a soon can be able to draw mine. Cocoa farmer is not safe under this incompetent government.
But Otukono take it time at Shreo. The mess amumujai edema womo. Omona air true mobile air sign a reset cocoa industry no. Indeed you cannot say what you are saying. Say omumumna
mess incompetent.
That's okay.
Even under so-called mess no. Na cocoa farmer no. Yetua neka more than 3,000 per bag.
Yes, 3,100.
Yes. Per bag. So-called mess na kase ekada hono. Na hwan eka jo say ye ba be fa o man no mo nja eka. Abrabo no nya asset and liability ne edebo. Aden niam akese a ye ja on they don't want to talk about it. Enye na omo commission bi the Ministry of Finance ne ade no.
Yes, and general economy.
No, so what I'm saying is say
there
be so what I'm saying is say some justification we don't want to hear.
But you cannot have this conversation without hearing sir in common.
About then.
E kana umbeto ye no.
Enti o de ka onidi. O ka fo onidi.
Ubedidi.
Enti wo mama kokofo ni so nidi bi.
No mo confess kana free.
Na ska ba na ban wo mo di tu o mo ho ka edidie no. Enti didi o mo didi no mama kokofo farmers so nidi bi. O te de meche no, mo to tokas akese. Mo to tokas ene wo hia wo mo bi o mo call lunch. O te de meche no. Enti no sa niema na mo no mo te mo kofo zo edidie no. Mo nwiri kokofo farmer no. Na wo de wa ba bete no wa ma na haircut. Wo di blade to kokofo farmer tiri etwitwa ho moje pram no. Na still mo sanwia sa de bo wo ma pampem. Na mo wi ama ba be catch them say they shouldn't complain. Na MPP 3,100 no is na ye 2,500 no so chain de abanda dan na o de mamo. What e be that? Asem we de wodwunu ho won ti ase. What we are saying is say o pro didi a onwam so didi. As long as aban no edi cha sika edi bo ne ho bra sika wo hwe budgetary allocation ekoko ministries communication sika kese compared to that of under MPP. It tells you clearly say aban we ba so obedidi. It tells you say ora mahama aban no ba wo mo ba ye ni nyina na say no me ka kire opposition show mo say mo kona ye medidi kakra. Enam say no so a policy. Chese omo ba nyina the mindset ni say ye bedidi. And now they want to think about themselves. Na yeni aya kanu de enye Ghana for.
But
it's so pathetic.
Mona mote, and I think Otukono ebusa as a question. Say more mote nsem na se. Unim the impact of world market on ye local price and they are there. Why don't you tell farmers the truth? I don't know among kind of credit because I buying a trader who talk oko na cotton with German so. In the year a boy with German so I will say inform me how much I will talk oko no. Untimi en cotton en fan konko.
It is our education na ye de ma Ghana for say look. Ghana's economy. Sebi. Because you are not living in an island no. Near AC will be mine so soon so only be to me count. And therefore your external shocks be you can't escape it.
Yes.
A bit baba hit here under COVID. Yeah, explaining what this if was in no way. In fact, they were even using Ivory Coast. Any is it Senegal? Almost picking a few African countries be comparing their inflationary rate in the day. That is easy for you. And now, who time there? Who person will justify your action based on the fact that world market price of cocoa apart from and until they are justifiable. Now they and then up there some person catch here. Asempa na person catch here. So what we are saying is say, look, your pesa explanation, no. They should fix it. Baby, if nothing at all, Equiafo no the omo da yakoma super.
A more MPP
for MPP ankasa na ye Equiafo adamfo. In fact, MPP, o share your programs, your policies, any projects ye de benya na ye pro-poor. Ye MPP ye dwene onibie, ye dwene mobrohunfo. O share ye programs ye de to obia for the masses. Ade benefit. Odi etnase from former president Kofo besi na Kofo adoso. Odi ehwe. Odi ko UP kra na hwe busiest time. Local government concept. Ni nyina ti ade na ekofom. Hwe president Kofo time. Now Otuko not here can about fertilizers ni ade. Free spraying for cocoa farmers. Any chom fertilizers ni ano. Was initiated and also implemented by a new patriotic party. free spraying for cocoa farmers, free delivery for pregnant women, free busing for school going children, free capitation granting, MPP baby about health insurance. Nana Kufuor do buy free SHS. MPP. Anytime biano ye dwene de oni bi ho na propaganda na NDC for kote ho office no. Eno no mo de be brainwash people no. Eno nti se wo no watimi ye de akwaji votes. E wo cocoa farmers ni ho se ye to aba ne mamo a mo betum de akọ 6,000. Now what ba FM. De owonpo no ba bete so a you want me to keep quiet? Oh dear justifiable. Now since I no mo nyina ka ho. Oh monti ase ma yen aban ne ba yen che. Wo hye o masa. Bunya botre. Aban ne ba yen che. But ye you trim so na wan kasa ho a ye you ayi bone from the look of things. Wo hwe de o master ti o mo haircut no ano odin. Ye de ne the blade o mo de ayi wan ta da de ni bi. Ye de two ye o mo de twa ye tiri ho pa. I'm telling you. Aban ni tiri more din. And this aban ni tiri more din. E ya aban boni e wo say ye sorry na ye mo one time. I'm telling you.
Ba unim so say as far as the prevailing world market price is concerned, Omutia over 90% to the cocoa farmer of the FOB. So who the current world market price Juma?
Bobby.
And that is massive.
Obi, sans and sem no dear. Say what the bar met my year comparison say. And this ya ban buy say on constructive cocoa road bia. By year retention no 30% no. Na ne cocoa board no.
Yes.
Now cocoa growing areas na and no na near di ya kwan too more. So cocoa farmers were benefiting. Oba ye no on 1 year sa de ni bi. Ogusu ye auditing. And the cocoa rose. Many more can say still more than so trotro. More than a year. They haven't constructed any cocoa road. And the Asempa na omo kanisano. It is also acquiring 90% of export price at the amano. Thinking say a year target policy of 70% no. O wako wenimwa. Meaning that work you put 10%. Work you put 10%.
Is that quite almost say because I see a drop here about 3,600 thereabouts.
About 100.
Is it, they are almost giving them 100%.
So how are they going to fund research, disease control, quality control, and buying, meaning that I buying also be taxi Ghana for Amayen Yasabe Boko board hoka. You see how incompetent NDC is.
But what would they have done? Come back there.
Anything I can say, memo na form. In fact, and then my charitable to this government because when him Obi o connect kesi area adwa o say emre NDC kasa o krom ha o ma kasa papa o mo dwaomonum opposition studio ha ya kan reality no mo je propaganda o mo tie o mo ka wo di NDC ni bi ahia mo tie o mo ka. So we ought to caution the economy. No. Pay them. And what I'm saying in this very studio, they say, pay cocoa farmers. Sikana Mateswono. Unjustified. Yes.
But do you know what that means? Restoring it, no. And yet, Sikakitwan was buying coffee, but they be restored.
Into Omanya Day. Into omonya de into cocoa for no do omo de ye keep omo in perpetual poverty or what into almost omonya de cocoa farmer now what $100 no we're losing 100,000 which is 1 billion cedis.
Yes,
you think it's a joke? Only so be fini nyina no ultimate 83 bags of cocoa 3 bags send the now what 3 bags no which is 7,500 no and then what in 3,000. How is the person going to survive? Dear no be tua or the bo akohoma dear no de be ye ne hu yie. What did they make no? E kwan omodi cocoa farmers afamu no. Omodi omato. Abo so what did they make no? Abo no de ano ye sharp to say kwaudie no. Nkoko ho de no. on sa scap no sa abo no e no omo di cocoa farmers na echia to say e no omo chi omo say I'm telling you that is the situation cocoa farmers na mu say here I'm telling you e kwan omo de wo ma fa so no oti krokase mu a sometimes you think onti ase but say woni omo ti e na omo nam e na ohunu say hwe obi LBC licensed by companies ono ofesika obi ko bo sian e no de koto cocoa one man FOB price at least or something in mind say sika amakwa bosi amakwa ko boya me de koto cocoa yi every cocoa akuafo yi hoyi aban ama me hint say ni ye beto no na fe ye duru ha wo say o mi ana me kan so me sa me boa mi ana me kan ba me sa me boa wa ma nipa no aboka oni say bebre na fie
cocoa farmers
fo no
LBCs
ai bebre na fie
adan
bi akobobusia akoto cocoa to mo tim kotua ma cocoa akuafo no na akuafo no so no sei aye bi mu akasa usi ana no chechiri mu achiro usi ana no chechi nsem ni mu achiro ohun de mechen a chese eye chese emu ya ekwan ya cocoa farmers no omo nam so no ndisi aban ne do omo nam so no ora mahama ye kristoni nti udidie ya se hwibo difo ekom ena mini wo mu nti wonne tema kakra wontimi nya nti dia ye kan bebrebe nti wonya hu bibi de otimbe kan se wo so ye cocoa farmer ni bi nti na omo fa nchew. Is that your position? Uti cocoa ni bi mponi yo na nka wonti bie wa mo bia wa demonstrate mo bia hunu se adamfo bi sine nuana ya nokre de no onye cocoa afu no odwene cocoa farmers ne ho chen wa wo se wo ye bi odwene cocoa farmers ne chen wa wo ye bi what you say na mo titi enkran ha mo deploy mo communicators se mo nkoye propaganda se MPP for nka wo man ntum na ye need moral right to criticize this government in relation to cocoa economy. Asempa na mo ka kire yen no enti eno de se mo se spot price na mo be ko na mo be ma 90% a mo msa me ka kire yen se etutu cocoa no ebo se ko pagem ewo international marketer mo be ka kire se o afedi mu apagya enti ye ne ka se ne ye be ma mo 90% but say ya sign a reverse e de aba your target policy of a 70% share. Obi, this is NDC for you until recordings not starting ye. Na ye send ye be asem no ye can ye betuma kan ye because you see no mama ye nyan nti say oh omunya krom de be 100%. Na afi no ye cocoa board expenses ni nyina export cost ni ade nyina Ghana government say afi obe tax yen ama yen ya tua sa ye kan. So what I'm suggesting is any year cocoa price anymore. There should be no reversal of a policy. They should keep it because it's a matter of choice. Or be a year pre-sales, which is forward contract. I know they a year cocoa and shisheye. No over the year it may stabilize the system na maye in terms of pricing. Oh no buy a campaign. Oh, we MPP the eno kro mo ye no yesisie ye ba ye cocoa ne boy ye say and ye ba no an say the musika nyina mama ye be turn no direct spot price. Ene wa baba beteso cocoa bag bia one bag bia what is so Ghana sikadada no 10 million. It's not a joke.
Ma me fan twem se nanka ye hwe nim se nana ya atempem janto aba be kan ye ho but I'm told say and the Jumedie be Ekoso ewo Jubilee House, the first annual National Forum on Women in Government and Media program. In the first annual National Forum on Women in Government and Media program. Na ya champem jantoa edimun tintimai pa. The expectation was ankombe pon temno wetimi aba by atise program no air pon wa ani. Inti enya dia obitima ba be kan yensa ewa ha inti for 8 yeah
meku ewo meku ana
da benye meku
na ne
de annual national forum
for them
on women in government and the media
it is a meku enkomo no mkobo nyeza
oh Jesus Christ
so there's a man na ehia nyeza
yes a meeting
good
ntia na ya chempem jantoa na oye a key figure in that meeting ntia Oma Pontem and so to me doing say Honorable Collins also amankwa kasa because anaya intimi ma do her and wama ya to say nya dia obetimi ya banti nya me adoma next week oba be kan yen ho nana ya chempem jantoa good evening
wo de nana ya ma menchao na mom nya badaye efa ma cocoa farmers because na tie nana ya na oni ntimi nka nasem wa metwen no because me pese onya badaye bi oh emma the cocoa farmers na FM dwumade ya odi mu atintimai what did they mention o copper refreshment a omo ya ni Jubilee House no ano den obi omo nwina kuafo ne ho kakra aban we ni tema aban ni tema bako sei eyade a wo se ye nyina de anotum bi o eye propaganda na wo no mo ba be ye omo ni compassion for the ordinary people in this country. On him say, "Osha mo manifesto mo ton ma Ghana for virtually bibie no aban we ba what me associate o." On ne kasa na dollar. Say dollar no, say be enye below 10 cedi.
Yes.
In between 11, 5, 12, 11, na ba nijina.
Yes.
But said the omo de campaign no nyesa na no mo ka kire. No mo so mo de besa go back to time omo be fa je ko for de ne de ko see 4.5 cedi no. E ho na no so mo be ko. But the ho no mo nko ho. Me pese me ka kire wo say running governance no. Issue of exchange rate. One of the indicators of macroeconomic indicator. One. Sana inflation so year one. There are aspects. And no, it was all the wide in the social sector. At the end, we here to improve the lives of the people. It's important. Aban buy on so money bibia o. Aban ni ba minim se won de mo adwena koso a omo nheda nya bibia impactful.
But would that be factual? Because it depends what you call impactful. Obi free say aban buy management of the CD and dollar relationship nenkwa aboam na dwuma tumpon. Enti ono no will think that is impactful. Enti what would you call impact?
Obi say as at 7th January 2020 5
yes
na dollar CD exchange rate no na 13.8 to 14 me konya bi 13.8
officially the Bank of Ghana reporting 14
very well
yes
but on say they keep on saying 17 that's also another propaganda
okay
so in terms of reduction no you just 14 and about 12 11.5 12 11.5 11.5 12 hokra no omo nyade bia magical bia wo say omo flatter yen as if say omo abeye bibi hunhu bia da bi mo man ka no kre o kromo ha aban ne ho no mo man bia nsikire no kre no ka say look aban no ensemo a omo party no opposition omo kan ye no omo ba ye no delivery no e wo form kra so they should set up the teach you welfare of our farmers and it's important cocoa farmer now as we speak a kind better one so no obi ano din because omo kobo obosia they she omo fu by day for laborers they can't even pay them omo akɔgye bosia ade akotokoko ai ho nsi wo omo ntimi ntua aban na te so hwim omo because of this intino omo started tonton omo asa asese nkrofo mfa metu galamsey emu ano den eti emo maye mfa no trasa. It's not a joke. Ni nyina ne say aban ni raise omo expectation. One say senka aban no raise their expectation na aban no na woye modest in terms of promises ni ade enka obe hu say omo yembe susu ahyo mo bi kra kobobosia bi obadwene kakra na we explain it mo say look, the reality is looking at the international market no say ebo no kosra ye betu mu amam.
Okay.
Ebo ne ba for mo a ye need choice than to reduce it. And na ordinary farmer na tisa concept we ase o campaign and na wama na ti ase a enka we si ade we ya be no enka aban se we de enkanya ade a obe afi na be cheche ne memwa kire obi a o enka nti ase be baba me pese me kire o se sa adwenboni ndisi for de koye sa campaign no ekoji votes ewo nkrase no titru cocoa growing areas no ema omunye anigye any isabi so they repose their confidence in them. Areshemu omunya areshemu wo NDC for mu say NDC for ba dia your condition of living and welfare will be better off. Eno and entice ekuafo no ma wo mokoto aba no sa. Ene wa ba na say the MPP crowd 211 no what's baba beti so a. Then you turn around and say oh afeni ye beka no kra na kire mu na no kra wo mu ne say koko no ye koto na dwama so international market na MPP de ne ye koto no mampon ni mo ehona na ye de ne ekodi edwa mo de mo be kire nyansa say ade no koko edwadie no enye Ghana ha na yedi na amanone. It's marks of hypocrisy and double standard say munim no kra ne pa ba mo ye nyatwon. That's my point. Muye nyatwon munim no kra ndisi omunim no kra no say this is the reality say adebi sa cash crop we die ehun dwadie no aha na yedi no. But because of political expediency, because of political power, no more politics of convenience intino or they decide they say omo be deceive Ghanaians. No more chatro ama ban ba ko no ho abon amanfo ne say MPP aban ne nwene wo mo no mo ne dwene akuafo ne ho na wa ba mementina ho ne be dane asem no ebe penti picture bi as if say under you ne dey justifiable afi na mo be cheche ye international market mo na mo be kire ya de e okromu a NDC mo na mo be fa we notebook a otuko no de ba fi ha sei hwe notebook a otam ade aba fi ha obi amemo no dia duru no nipa no ka ne ho ba no nso kura exercise book o te de meche no omo churo nsem no se we na ye ba beka se ne be ye ba wie no na Ghana fo no ati ase that be it's becoming one too many o say ye betina ho pa say the bia na politics as usual no ma be propaganda NDC there and no there ma yedin e okromu ha so MPP time and argument we cause one and ka be who voices of conscience near there no we are sorry na civil society CSOCB no ma so mu no be e kasa enne they've gone back to sleep. Opinion leaders are not advocating on behalf of the ordinary poor cocoa farmer. Emo ya. Nana no mo farmer nuntum. Mo farmer nuntum ni ekoso na ya aban ni tiri mo den. Nana no ahemfo mo farmer nuntum asofo mo panifo am wo kromo a mo nka bi nkyire owura mahama. Aban no ntie yen, aban ni tiri mo den dodo. Aban o ka hwe o mu ntie. Chief Imam Zongo panifo mo farmer nuntum de ekoso no. Obi aka na no atum ana akuafo na ye jai wo mo na mo kwa na eka o mase. I salute minority party. Say omo agina brand say omo ka bi Enya omonko voices ni nyina ambra. When you can say teachers are here saying Yama Bebre, we will come to that. And your money Bebre say so few and so Hana Pejanimu Kakra.
Say a deregulated market in Tiano there.
President Kofode by enormous or Jintu. Sa Profu Wena hobby, ya church and one Proford say Yenya the Ekikao. Ni be a friend international market. Enti sa explanation no de mesra omo yentie bibia ye local all politics is local ye localize bibia e wo kromo a debate ne no mba ye no ye twi wo ma ba form say ne no mo nyina ba ye ho fin what the meche no that is what we're going to do ye ntina ho da eno de obia omo ba ye so omo be hye wafonum se kabi mo bia ye be pa ho ntoma ye ni abre
mani abre amo peden mo petumi ya
ye petumi na ya ba betwa amamu papa so because your ideas ye petumi near the Dr. Alhaji Muhammadu Baumia at least yes you be tasty leadership from Islamic community for the first time the be tasty na ye nyina ye hunu afi na ye comparison ni ya na yetima ye ni ye ntina ho emma obi antum futuro enwu ye ni. It's about providing strong leadership. Ghana for be appreciate. That's what we are looking at. Ora Mahama or Kowe Soswa or 8.
Yes.
It comes back to MPP.
Sir, NDC for be another flag bearer.
And I make sure say no de ne say no de na kabako.
Yes.
Inti ye dia man twa so so eno no. Ye becha ne kwan. Na ora ba omi aso aba. Na ono so abekire ne bobre. Yep, we just want to witness Baumia displaying as the first gentleman of the land. I want to see.
You cannot wait for that time.
Yes, I can't wait for that time. And the day, so that after your analysis now, near Timia, what you say?
Mate. Honorable Mamena say, but we say Obi. Tell Collins that his analysis with reference to remuneration to John Mahama is irritating some of us. When they chopped monies from donor funding and IMF, were they expecting Ghanaians to play hanky-panky with them? He should give us a break. And Osei, the spirit of Ghana has risen against the NPP unless they come together and shame their past sick administration and governance 2016 to 2024. Danny Kobe or Spentex. We say Obi. If the NDC is saying this cocoa is because of external factors, why then are they taking credit on the fuel and not also say it's down because of external factors? Kobe is in Italy. Obi, in fact, opposition tnaye yao papa. What is Honorable Collins Osua Mankwa saying? That the NDC does not have sympathy for Ghanaians. We were here in Ghana when MPP government borrowed to organize Kenki and Wache Party whilst Ghanaians were wallowing in poverty. Today, them padit na ho kekamope. Fifi from Elmina. Obi, I don't blame Honorable Collins for having the guts to lament and rant in your studio. When the AG, OSP, Ioko, and Oral are not able to put a single MPP soul behind bars, that's what happens. Ghana needs a national cleaning exercise to shut individuals like Collins up. How can you break it? Mess Cocoa Board and want the toddler government to fix it within a year. It's too early for propaganda. Randolph Nyan, Ewo, US of A. Obi, I think Otukono just came there to irritate cocoa farmers. I agree with Collins when he says the government has done nothing much. Especially the fuel prices we see today is determined significantly by external factors. And the dollar today has weakened not only in Ghana, but even in the US. Gold has now dominated the global economy and the US dollar is struggling. Gusty man is in Brekum. Obi, all what the cocoa farmer is asking for is there are 3,600 cedis of cocoa per bag. Is this too much to ask the John Mahama government, who promised to buy a cocoa bag at 6,500 cedis? Today, the NDC is telling the cocoa farmers that 2.5 is greater than 3.6. Tell Dr. Tukono that he go explain tire. God save Ghana. Yao Marvin Kwesimintim. Obi, I honestly don't understand the argument being made by the NDC. If the farmers get 3,100 Ghanas, this won't they be able to buy more items than with the 2,500 in this current economic situation? If prices are being reduced across the country, that benefit is for everyone. Why then should only farmers have their income reduced? If farmers' money is reduced, then everybody's salary should also be reduced. Otherwise, others will still be able to buy more items than the farmer. The reduction in prices affects all Ghanaians, but the reduction in farmers' earnings affects only farmers. That does not seem very fair. Clifford is in Canada. Wesa Obi, na lie, fertilizer never reached 700. It has been 450 since 2023. Isaac from Suhum, and I think this was in reference to prices na Otukono Ekotinibi. Obi, finally, Otukono has admitted that Cocoa Board failed in their decision to sell cocoa at spot price. So they will now adopt the hedging plan, which the NPP adopted to maintain 3,100. In whichever ways he answered it, he has confessed that Cocoa Board failed in that regard. Okay. Obi, I am Yao Safo Labi, watching you from Sierra Leone, Freetown. If I may understand what the NDC rep is saying, the Cocoa Board will later sell the beans for profit when the price appreciates on the world market. If that is the case, why then did they want to buy the beans at a cheaper price at the loss to the farmer? It is unbelievable hearing Otukono making those magical calculations. God bless Ghana and save us from the NDC in future. Yao Safo Labi, Freetown, Sierra Leone, and on the way a praying. Obi, okay, I think I've dealt with this one already. Please, if the NPP truly cares about the poor cocoa farmers, then they should stop the plenty comical talks and channel the energies into adding 1,000 Ghana cedis per bag so they can secure the vote of the over 1 million cocoa farmers ahead of the 2028 elections. That might just be enough to secure the presidency for Alhaji Bawumia. Unfortunately, one for Woodin and count a message now. Obi, I wanted you to ask Dr. Otukono whether the NDC government was aware of these so-called challenges when they were promising the farmers. The funny thing is, even last year, the president went ahead to promise the farmers of an unprecedented price ahead of the 25-26 season. Were they not in government and not aware of these so-called challenges they are trumpeting now? They forget they are in government, but continue to do propaganda. For how long can they continue to blame the erstwhile government? We did not vote for them to come and blame the previous government. Godi is in Tema. Quite a number of your messages have come through by Yebeda Munyana Ase. Na Yedi Jumedi no Esi Ameda Honorable Collins also amankwa Ase. We'll be back tomorrow with a Friday edition of the show. Why more?
Man omokofa tomato no name omokoshia konshan.
Ze okosho mo
victims na kan.
E Burkina Faso ho.
Dem say omo.
No, omo do omo ba.
Buy na America no 37 okosho omo.
No, I mean information to that effect. Mean information to that.
Now one Burkina mampanyin no so still ayonkofa no mo ginem.
Ibrahim Traore.
Captain.
And there's something to me, yeah.
Okay, per time now discussing this issue because you see from what I said, and where antisa yebenya or time bia we don't deserve it as a country. Why?
Okay.
Because our jihadist no omadwene no nya papa.
Okay.
And omonti asiye so wachiri. And therefore we ought to be very careful in terms of diplomatic relations with Burkina Faso. I'll say tread cautiously because from what I said, we are not safe.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. I mean, that's Ekosiisen On Asempa FM. Let's do this again tomorrow. On behalf of the team, let me say a big good evening.